Hello, 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 and welcome to the Cup TV, the Currently Unnamed Podcast, where we put the real and the tea in reality. You can always come to us first to quench your thirst. I am your girl, Lana, your resident evil diva, and I'm here to give the tea, spill the tea, and drink the tea because you know I loves me some tea. Per. And as always, I do have my cup mug because it's so great. And you should get you one at lanagcreations.etsy.com. That link is in the description below. And if you look to the right of the screen, there is a QR code. You can scan it, it'll take you right to the shop. Um, and say you got it, favorite, do all the things, say you support. And yeah, we do ship internationally and domestically, so there are no excuses unless you live in Brazil. Period. Just, yeah, I still don't know what's going on there.
The
And
mystery.
I just refuse to find out anymore at this point. I'm done. I'll hand deliver it to River myself if I have to. And yeah, the girlies are fighting. The girlies are fighting. I'm just saying, it's always something. But you know what? It's okay because I don't believe that Chuck is a mother. Hmm. Chuck is a mother. I just love Lala so much. Sorry.
Well, I'm David Healy, and I really, 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 really do not want you to know how crazy I am when I'm mad. And I mean that.
I, don't do Taylor, don't. So you're supposed to come back and
I'm
don't
holding it.
me. Don't
Don't
me.
me. Yes.
And hi, I am River, and I'm in my con era, so naturally I said prison. I'm doing both. I don't care. I don't care.
Naturally.
Naturally.
Naturally. Y'all, hey, welcome back to Reality Roundup. This is week 31 of the I don't know what I'm talking about.
Which is
But
Of the
weird.
weeks.
it's
Yes.
the week 31 of all the highlights of all the things that we go talk about because we're talking about all of it. And as you see, we have River back here with us yet again this week to help us out in Drag Race. But and we're gonna keep her around for a minute, but not right now because we got a lot of stuff we need to talk about. And yeah, River, I'm just gonna say we'll use the trap door for now.
We'll see you later. Check the timestamps.
But yes, we are here. We're talking reality roundup. We're giving you all the our thoughts and of the highlights of the week or whatever. And honestly, I'm excited because we had a really good week of reality TV, and we're gonna get all the way into it. But before we do, please subscribe to this channel if you haven't already, because why wouldn't you do that? I if you've been around and you've been watching us and you've been seeing us and you've been checking us out, which I saw you have, and I appreciate you. Why haven't you subscribed? Because that's crazy.
You can do it. You can subscribe to us here. You can subscribe to our drag channel too. You can do all the things. You can follow us on Spotify, on all the places that have streaming leaks. Do all the things while Lana is recovering from her cough attack.
And then you can subscribe to this channel and all of our other channels. You're on the Cup Network because we have a lot of content coming your way. All the shows here that we cover, and all the shows on the Drag channel that we cover. We cover all of those shows, so you might want to subscribe. Please excuse my coughing fit because I don't know where that came from. It's just came out of nowhere, but whatever. Follow us on all of the things and our Instagram. Our Instagram for the Cup TV is it at thecup.tv. And then for the rest of our socials, at the Cup Pod on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Blue Sky. Go follow, do all the things. We truly appreciate it. Now we can get down to business because you didn't hear to come to hear me cough or yap or talk about intros and things like that. You came to talk about the reality shows of the week. So let's get into it and start with our singing and variety shows. So this week we are going to start where we always start, and that is with America's Got Talent. And I have to say, I really enjoy this type of thing with America's Got Talent because I like this. I'm so glad they didn't do all four judges callbacks in one episode because that would have, first of all, been too long and then would have pissed me off. But this week we had Mel B's and Simon's callbacks for America's Got Talent. And I want to get right into it because I feel like, I don't know. I don't know who decided how many people came back from each group, but it was a little unbalanced. It was a little unbalanced here. And I'm like, I don't. Okay. I'm going to say this for Mel B's group. I think all of the talent was really, really good. I do think everybody in the callback was really good. They stepped up their game. They came with some, but I don't know if I agree with every decision that she made.
No, I definitely didn't agree with all the decisions. Plus, it was very confusing because her section was first, and so we saw only three went through. And this whole time, I was expecting it to be four from each group. I'm like, wait a second, did I do the math wrong? I thought it was we still needed 16 more acts. How is it just going to be three from each group? Like that's only 12. Like, are we doing top 40, not top 44? So it just completely threw me off. And then to see later, it's because there's more acts going through for Simon. So I don't know. It was just a little bit confusing to me. Plus, there are certain things I didn't like with what they did with the judging, and not. I feel like somebody was kind of set up a little bit too. We'll get into that as well. But yeah, I have thoughts. I have rankings as well.
Let's do the rankings for your Mel B callbacks.
Okay, I'll start with my bottom one. So I had a pretty clear bottom, and it was Madeline and Malachi. So they told Mel that they were going to do Shut Up and Dance, and she didn't seem crazy about that. So they were going to pivot, but they realized they didn't have anything else prepared. First of all, I didn't like that. Like, if they were prepared to do something with it, let them sink or swim with that. I think that just kind of flustered them a little bit more. But yeah, even when they were performing, I felt like Madeline was uncomfortable looking, and I think it's because she kept second guessing the fact that she knew this wasn't a song that Mel wanted to hear. But I don't know, they sounded pretty good. It was just nothing too exciting for me. I like at this point they're like good enough to move on initially, but I don't think there's a world where they should have moved on to the top 44 personally.
I don't think so either. I think they did fine. I think they did well enough, but they didn't do enough to move on. I do think they needed another year or so to craft what they need, what they want to do, get out in front of people, perform more, um, see what it's like to hit the stage. And I don't know. I don't know if they need to add a band or add more people to their mix or whatever, but something else needs to happen with them. Right now, they're just a good singing duo, or not even singing duo, but they're a good duo. But it's nothing exciting about them, and moving them on to the next round would be a disservice to them because they're not ready for that. So
I agree. Yep. Um, were they number 6 for you too, or
yeah.
okay? Number 5 for me is the one that frustrated me the most. Not because I don't think the person's good. I think they're very good. I just don't think they were able to prepare in the way they should have been able to. And this was
Yes.
Lachlan.
Yes.
So Lachlan got there and he was kind of blindsided by the fact that he was not going to be performing in front of an audience. Then they end up going to this bar, and then on the spot, Mel says, "Hey, guess what? We're at this bar, we're at this pub. Go do your act right now. And I felt so bad for him because he wasn't expecting that. And you
Right.
could tell he had to adjust and kind of play by ear and cater to his audience. And so all of
Mm-hmm.
his jokes were kind of like fitting the pub vibe. And I'm sure he had a set plan on what he wanted to do. And he wasn't
Mm-hmm.
able to do that because he was put on the spot here. Um, I'm glad he got an audience, but I wanted to see what he had prepared. Because if he were to make it to the top 44, he would come prepared with a set that he was going to do. It wouldn't just be winging it. So I still thought he was pretty good considering the circumstances. There were definitely times he made me laugh. I just don't think it showed what he's capable of. So yeah, he was number 5 for me.
I don't think it was fair. I don't think it was fair for him to have to just get up there and just perform on the spot without knowing. Like, you know, you have a comedian coming. You should have prepared for that. And I know it's like, I know this was supposed at Mel B's house in Leeds, and so she's not going to invite an audience to her house. But if that's the case, everybody should have had performing that in front of that audience. Like, it should have been a set thing for everybody to do that instead of just they should have made it where they're going on a little stage, even if it's just in a local pub or whatever, but they perform their act in front of those same people. Because for him to just be like, okay, this is your act, go up there and do it right now, that's a little unfair. It's like I thought his act was fine for what he did. I would have had him so much like he could have been on the live show if they didn't set him up. I think they set him up not to be there. And
Hmm.
I didn't like it. I didn't like it. And unfortunately he was fifth, but it was not because of anything he did. It was the way they set him up to fail.
Hmm. Well, number 4 for me. See, we might get into disagreement here. I'm curious if you would agree with this one. But number 4 for me was actually Betty. Um, she sang Impossible by Chantel. I thought she sounded good. She started off, her lower range wasn't as strong as her higher range. And when she did get into her higher range, there were a couple of cracks that I heard. But overall, she sounded good. And I do like that we're getting some Spanish from her as well. I just think there's better and more interesting singers in the competition than Betty. Like, she's very talented, but we don't need that many singers. Personally, I don't need that many when there's so many other ones that are really, really, really good.
She's not my four, she's my three. Um
Hmm.
I do think her lower registry is good because she has a strong lower registry. And as somebody who does have a lower registry who likes to sing low in their, lower registry voice, I think she has a strong lower registry. She's just but she's still 17 years old too, or 16, 17 years old. And so she still has time to grow into that and make it more mature sounding of her voice. But I think she has a really good lower registry. I thought it was really sweet. But I like the higher registry, of course, of her better. And here's my thing. I heard the what you heard as cracks. I think she was losing her voice a little bit. She was a little, her voice kind of, but I like the rasp. Sometimes some singers just have that natural rasp that sounds so good. Cause like for me, I'd rather you have that rasp than you have that voice that's like high pitched. You have that squeak into your it's just that I just don't like that. So I like that she has a more it's just like a rasp into that voice. I think she has a lovely voice. I was not mad at her audition at all. I thought it was really, really good. I thought she was so good to me. Um, yeah, I liked her. I really did like her. So she was my number three.
Okay.
But
Well,
my well, I was
oh,
going to say
sorry,
number
you can go
four.
on. You can go on.
But my
I
number
wonder if
four was, I wonder if my number four was your number three.
yeah.
But my four was Joel.
Okay.
I like Joel. The reason he's 4 for me is because I still think his setup takes too long. It takes too long to get to the point of what he's trying to do, and it's amazing. He does great work, and it's amazing what he does, and it's so like, oh, I feel like there's better magicians in the competition already. So I'm like, do I need another magician that's decent? Or he's cool, but his setup takes too long, and I don't know if that's going to be what I want to see on the live show. But I do think he can have a residency, because those kind of setups in that kind of show where people are paying to see magic, that kind of magic, you can have that long setup. It's your show. Do what you want to do. But for the live show on this show, I don't think so. But
Yeah, he was not number. He was not my number three. He was actually my number one. He was
oh,
my favorite from this group. Yeah.
oh,
So as you can tell, I was pretty upset by how the results went. But I like my mind was kind of blown by what he did. So he had the thing where he was scrolling down his phone and had them stop on specific sections. We saw them scrolling. We saw them stop, and somehow we saw Emma and Mel each got a different word: walnut and audition, and he was able to like take those words and kind of weave it into the story. He had also taken Emma's ring,
hmm
which we saw, and dumped it into the haystack. But then we saw him like cut open this lemon, and in it was an egg, and the egg said audition on it. And
hmm
then he inside of that egg was a walnut, and inside the walnut was the ring. I have no idea how he did this. And I like that. Like when somebody can really do like magic and have me have zero idea how they're doing it, that's what I want to see.
mm.
Because I'm always trying to figure it out. So I just found this so unbelievably impressive. So I was pretty shocked when he didn't get through. Yeah, he was my favorite.
Yeah.
But my number three was James and Marina, which they were higher than I expected them to be because I'm not really a fan of James and Marina. I still am not because they're straight up liars. They're liars. I don't want to be lied to. I don't want to. Okay, yeah, sure, you have some mental connection that you all. No, you don't. There's a trick to it. And I wish they would just say, hey, there's a trick to it. We're not going to tell you what the trick is. That's what a lot of magicians do. I've seen
But
Penn
have
and
you
Teller and
figured it out?
their whole thing. Well, obviously, he has some sort of way of communicating to her that they've planned ahead of time, and he can tell it by she can tell it by how he talks, or there's some sort of record. Like her going across to this field didn't impress me because, like, okay, yeah, so you're across a field, you still have whatever is hooked up in your ear, so you can hear the way he's talking, and you know what he's saying. Like you, you're never going to convince me that there's some
But
mental
my
thing.
thing is, if you haven't figured out what their trick is, isn't that the magic part? You don't know. You can assume. You can
And
just say it's
I like
possible
not
he's
knowing
trick.
it.
I
I
know,
like not knowing it.
but you don't know that that's what it is.
But
You're
I
assuming.
I don't know that they don't have magic.
No, you're assuming that they're doing something that he's saying something in his voice, or that
Yeah.
you don't know that
Okay.
that's what it
What I'm
is.
saying,
They could have
it,
some kind of mental
I don't
thing
know what it
together.
is. No, they don't. They don't. That's fake. That's
See, that's what I'm
stereotypical
saying. You
magic.
don't know. You're just assuming that
Oh, I
it's
know
fake.
for a
But
fact because that
okay,
stuff's not real. That's not real. That stuff
okay,
doesn't exist.
okay.
But they're trying to tell me that it does exist, which is annoying because obviously it doesn't. Like, yeah,
Mhm.
I don't believe in magic. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in mentalists.
Okay.
But it still was impressive what they were able to do. It was impressive enough that they were able to be in my top three. Plus, like especially with him getting um, Emma to say a name that of one of the crew people that Mel had picked a photo of them. That was pretty impressive. Obviously, he had something that like he had some sort of recording device that said the name into Emma's ear. I don't know how he did it though, but yeah, they were in my number three. Sorry, if you're a believer, Lana, you believe in magic or whatever. I'm sorry to burst your bubble.
I'm not like bursting my bubble because I'm just really like they just you don't know what the trick is.
I don't know what the trick is, and that's okay.
So
I
like
didn't know what Joel's trick was either, but I know it's a trick.
I
That's all I
know it's
know.
a trick, so I'm like I take it for what it is.
Yeah,
I
tell me it's a trick. You
it's
don't have to
it's
tell
a
me how, but tell me it's a trick.
it's a trick.
Don't say don't say we can read each other's mind. Yeah, right. Get out of here with that.
They were my number two.
Okay.
So because I enjoyed it. I don't care how you do it. If you do it and I don't know how you do it, it's magic to me. So I'm going to take it for what it is, and I'm not going to be too deep about it because it's really not that deep at all. Um, I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun, and I really appreciated them. But
Okay. Well, it sounds like your number one is my number two because we
hmm
only got one act left, and that's Butter and Grit. Um, I really like what they did. I thought it was cute to do a song about their friendship. It was a nice slowed down acoustic angle, which was pretty different from what we got in their first audition. Those harmonies are just killer to me. I still think his voice is better than hers, but her voice was better than I remembered it being. So, I really like them. I'm very glad they're going through.
I thought this was one of the best audition of this group. This was so good to me. Like I got emotional listening to that song. I thought it was a cute song. I thought it was the perfect song for their friendship, and I did really enjoy her voice a lot more this time around than I did the first time. I think she can sing. She has the talent. She is both, and he doesn't have to carry her. Is what we learned in this audition. She can carry herself because the last audition, I think he carried her, but this audition, she definitely took ownership in her own voice. She was her own thing. I thought this was the perfect song that they sang. It showed that they are not just these upbeat commercial singing type of people. They could do that, but they can also do inspirational, slow down versions of just a piano and a guitar, and that's it. So their talent was speaking for themselves in this one. I really, really, really enjoyed this one. I was so happy they were going on because if they didn't go on, I was going to turn this show off. I was going to be so done with this because I'm like, what else do you want from them? What else are you supposed to give? If you like them being poppy and commercial and singing, and they were a good duo, you called them back, and then they gave you the complete opposite of that and said, I'm going to show you who we are as vocalists, and you don't like, I would have been so mad. I would have turned this TV off. So I was very happy that Butter and Grit went on because I would have, no, I really did enjoy it.
Hmm. Yeah. So it sounds like you were happy with the three selected.
I wish it was more. I was very
Yeah.
annoyed because I thought it should have been, I would have put Joel in there. Like he should have been there. I thought it was going to be more instead of just three people. It should have
Mm.
been more than that. But I'm like you. I was looking for they would go pick four from this group, and I really do believe they owe Locken a second chance at this whole thing
Yeah.
because this setup wasn't fair. It wasn't right. The only one I agree with is Malachi and Madison. That's the only one I agree with because I'm like, yeah, they need some more time to hone their craft and get better and maybe bulk up their act, maybe get more people in the band. Since she's the only one singing, we need something else. But everybody else should have been there. And I think Locken should have been given a second chance in front. He would have done better if he was Howie's callback and not Mel B's callback.
Yep. I'll be honest, if I was going to take five from one group and three from another group, this would have been the one I took five from
Mm, yeah,
because there are
yeah.
only three acts that I thought were kind of on the level of most of these acts with Simon's group for me.
Let's move on to Simon's act because I I didn't think
I can't
five
wait to
people
see if
needed to.
we agree or not this time.
I did not think five people needed to go in this group. It could have been
Could have been two. For me, it could have been two.
It could have been three.
Okay.
It could have been three. This should have been the group that had three. And yeah, yeah, I don't think five should have went. But let's go with the rankings.
Okay, so my number six. This surprised me because I I was certain I knew who was going to be number six for me in this group, but it was not. Number six for me was Electro Dads. Um, so they're talented.
Mm-hmm.
Are they this level of a show talented? I don't think so. Definitely not yet. Plus, I didn't like the gimmick, like of their whole thing being about being dad. Like, sure, we already know your dads. You don't need to make that your whole gimmick with your performance. So yeah, like with the prop babies and all that. I mean, they're good dancers, but like, why not just stick to the dancing part and not the silly other stuff? I don't care if your baby drops like a stinky bomb. You know, who cares? This
I
is
mean,
my
but
least
that's
favorite.
their whole thing. But that's their whole shtick. Is the thing. I don't understand. But like, if they don't have that, what do they have? Because they're subpart. They're mediocre dancers. So
Exactly.
if they didn't have the gag or the thing, the gimmick, they wouldn't be anything. So I understand why they want to stick to the gimmick that works for them, but I just think they need to elevate that gimmick. If you're going to do it, elevate the gimmick. Make it bigger, make it more, make it y'all dance moves a little bit more precise, and you might have to start incorporating kids into your mix. Like you need to have little baby electro dance. I don't know, but it needs to be in the. You have to. They need to elevate their gimmick, and I just don't think this is a show that will be anybody will want to see, like pay for it in like Vegas or anything. But maybe do parties for now, but build it up. Build it like for real. Like this. That
Yep.
ain't even no shade. That ain't even no shade. Do parties and be the electro dance doing parties, and you can still do this gimmick, but you get more crowd performance and more performance under your belts. And then you can start thinking of bigger, thinking ideas like, okay, we need to invite more dads and we need to have maybe baby dads and, whatever. But you need more performance and y'all stop performing for because y'all doing real estate and being dads. But if this is what you want, you go have to, you know, or just let it be a side hustle. Just do parties and be good about it.
Hmm. Where did you rank them?
Six.
Okay. Okay, we agree. Um, Number five for me is who I expected to be six, and that was Sando.
Mm-hmm.
So Sando, he did have Simon say like, "Hey, what else can you do? Can you bring in like other dancers, some drones?" And Sando went for it. That could have shaken him as well. I actually do think it helped him though,
Mm-hmm.
because like the last thing I needed and what I expected was just see him just rolling around on the ground the whole time. I thought that's what we were gonna get.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we actually saw he brought his friends in. They were both great dancers. We actually saw Sando can dance while he's standing up too.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, you're a better dancer than these electro dads. Um, and we still got a little bit of his gimmick with him rolling around on the ground. And sure, that's impressive enough. Uh, my only thing is this felt really long. Like I'm like, when's this gonna end? Because it just kept going and going and going. But it was pretty good.
He was not my number five, like
Mhm.
I thought, or he wasn't, and I was very shocked. Actually, he was my number four.
Okay. I was gonna
I,
get nervous if he was in your top three because you said three should move on from this group.
I, I do, and I'm thinking. mm, See, okay, maybe he is my number three. I don't know. Um, I feel like Sando now. Simon has given him the vision and giving him the blueprint. Because at first I'm like, yeah, no, I don't need to see Sando again. Just to bounce on the floor and go across. That's cool. But with Simon giving him the whole thing of maybe you should incorporate dancers, and maybe he's starting to think about it. And now I see the vision for what Sando could actually do and actually be. An actual show of Sando, he needs to incorporate a lot more dancers, and start off with two, then incorporate five, and incorporate 10. If this is what Sando could choreograph with the amount of time that he had, like he literally had a day to get that together with the dancers. And now think about if he had a whole show of just, it could be a lot of Vegas style stuff with a choreographer and with him doing his thing. He has 2 million followers on TikTok. He's literally, you know, people follow him, and he has a lot of celebrity following. He was at the Macy's Day Parade doing his thing, and like people were very impressed with him. So I think if he took it and made that scale bigger, it might be more impressive. I actually really liked it, and I could see the vision. I think Simon giving him that put a battery pack in his back, and maybe he'll take it bigger. So I see the vision. I understand what he can do and what this could do to make it bigger for him. But yeah, I saw the vision. So he was my number four. He was my number four. My
Okay.
number
Who was your
five
five?
was the two little boys.
Nija and Zaya.
Yeah. I
Yeah, they were
felt
my
they
number
were
four.
they were cool. They, like I said, I do believe in their talent. I do think they have talent, and they're talented people. A group of people. They just need more time under their belt, and I'm just so confused. I'm confused. They need more time. They need more performing gigs. They need to be in front of an audience more. They need to be on stage more. They need to feel comfortable on that stage. As a singer, you have to be comfortable on that stage, because if you can't come out there perform and be nervous, and you make your audience nervous for you. And I felt nerves for them. They in front of Normani and Pooh, and they just like, you singing Justin Bieber in front of Normani and Pooh, and you singing like you scared, and then they have to stop you and tell you you need to open it up more, bring it out more, you need to do more, and then you say, okay, we'll use the stage, and then you open up about that much, like you go from here, I'm closed, and then you open up to that much. No, we need you here, like you need to be working the stage, you need to be doing. I just felt nervous for them the whole entire time. And I needed them to step up. But it's not their fault that they don't have the performing skills under their belt. They just need to go out there, do some open mics, do uh some some uh some showcases, do something, sing, open up, practice, like be
Yeah, go
comfortable
go
on
to
that
some bars and
stage.
pubs.
Yeah, do
Just
something. I
kidding.
mean, you can't do bars and pubs, little kids, but do an open mic night, do a karaoke contest, do more. There's so many showcases and talent. Kel say, do your own, put on your own showcase. Like rent a stage, rent a band, get your thing together, and y'all do that. But they just need more time. I think. I
Mm.
thought.
Yeah, I agree. They're definitely not ready for this live show. I did kind of feel bad for them because when he did stop them and Normani's like, I want you to use the whole stage. They had no time to figure out a plan on how to use the whole stage. So they were just kind of pacing back and forth awkwardly. It made it worse for me, honestly. Um, but I don't know. They have good harmonies. It's a little kids pop for me though. And it's not my, it wouldn't be something I would choose to listen to. Sure,
Yeah.
they have their audience. I'm not it.
Yes. Yes.
Um, but yes, they were my number four. So my number three was Elsie. Um, First of all, I will say Elsie without the cowboy hat, she looks so much younger. Like I was like, is this really the same person? Because she kind of seemed like, I don't know. I thought she was like late 40s from her first audition, and now I'm like, she like early 30s probably. I don't know how old she is, but it definitely made her seem so much younger. Um, So she sang a country version of Make It Rain, which I love that song, Make It Rain. The thing is, I love Make It Rain as like a really gritty bluesy song. And I know that's not necessarily her style, but it just kind of felt like a tease for me to like hear that it was going to be that song. And then we just get this kind of decent country version of it. She sounded good. I'll give her that. But I still don't know. Like I don't know if her voice is special enough to move on. So like I said, I probably like even though she's number 3 for me, I probably would have only needed to see my top 2 in the live shows.
She was not my three.
Okay.
She was my two. Uh, Trav. Oh, what's that his name?
Travis Garland.
Yeah, he was my number three. Um, I think he is so talented. He has a good voice. Um, but still think he's corny. I think he still has that whole Dancing with the Stars singing song, like behind the scenes background singer type vibe to him, and he's ready to become a main artist, and he's not giving me main artist energy. He's giving me background singer energy. And as talented as he is, he has a good voice. I wasn't comfortable watching him on that stage. It was just like something off about him. He's really used to singing in the shadows, and that's what I felt like he was still singing in the shadows. He's just not giving me. But maybe that's because he's singing with the track, and maybe he gets on the live stage and he in front of an audience and he shines. It just wasn't that much for me. I was like, okay, decent. Like I say, my top three would have been in there, and so him being then he still would have made it to the live show for me. But I just felt he needed to come. He still needs a little bit more work to come out, and maybe that'll happen in the live shows. We have seen people just like do decent auditions, but have their breakout moments at the live shows. So I'm open for that. I'm ready to see that. I just didn't feel as comfortable with him as I felt with the others.
Okay. Fair. Any thoughts on LC before I talk about Travis?
Yeah, Elsie was. I This is what I felt like, and see, I think the problem with Elsie with you, we're not a fan of country music,
No,
so that's not your judge, and it's not my. It's, I mean, I think it's more my judge than yours, which is actually
probably.
interesting. But I felt like I think the song itself definitely lends to a bluesy sound, and she did a country version. But what I liked about it is she still had a little bit of raps, a little bit of that bluesy raps that needs that grit for a song like this. She still had it, but she just transferred it into a country song, like country style. And so it was okay. It was mix, a good mix of a good mix of country rasp, and I liked it.
Okay. Well, back to Travis though. He was actually barely my number 1 for the week.
Hmm.
But I think that's because, well, first of all, I love "Love Is on" or "Love on the Brain." It's
Hmm.
one of my favorite Rihanna songs. I think it's so great, and it still has that bluesy vibe that I love. But I think Travis is technically maybe the best singer in this competition. He's way up there. He's got an incredible voice, incredible range, incredible control. Sure, he may have like performance habits that he needs to break, but that's hard to do overnight. So I'm hoping he can like kind of loosen up a little bit more and not have that cheesy vibe. I think he's making efforts at least. But yeah, I just thought he sounded really, really good. Like especially like falsetto is not easy to nail like he does. So he did it for me.
Okay.
But what's interesting, so I think that only leaves one person left who is my number 2 and your number 1.
Hmm.
And I am shocked to learn that not only does Lana have Akira higher than me? But it is Lana's number one.
I
Well, I'm gonna
do.
go. Okay, I'm gonna go first because I need to save your thoughts for the end here. But I love Akira. I think what he has goes beyond what his talent is. I think it's a natural charisma
Yep.
and likability that he has. He's just so funny naturally. You can't hear him talk and not smile. He kind of reminds me of Ki Hugh Kwan from like Everything Everywhere All at Once. He was
Mhm.
also in The Goonies as a kid and Indiana Jones. Um, but he's just so charming to me. Like this is so funny. Just like even just seeing him go like, oh no, no," like he's so worried that he's gonna reveal his junk to everybody. It's just yeah, I could watch this all day. Like I'm
Yeah.
still really upset I didn't know about him when I was in Tokyo because I totally would have paid money to see this live.
I thought he was so. And see, here's the thing. I didn't know. I forgot. I mean, I watched his audition, but I'm like, do we need to see him again? I don't know. I'm not sure. But everything you just said, his likability, his he's so sweet. He's just. I can see this show in Vegas as a residency. Like I could see him doing a show and people paying for this because it's so naturally funny and he can add stuff to it, add more people. But it's I see the vision. I see the vision and what even when I just love like his natural charisma, him walking around Simon's house, looking through his drawers and picking up stuff. Like what? I would do that too if I was in Simon Cowell's house. I'm gonna go see what he got. I'm gonna go pick snooping and pick. He looking for pots and pans and toys and
He's
honest.
looking at everything. Can I cover my junk with
Can
this?
I cover
Can I
my
cover
junk
my
with this? If I use this, is this big enough to cover myself? Like it's so funny to me. And I just really, really, really enjoyed him. And the fact that we didn't see his junk. Like there was nothing. He definitely knows how to move very quickly and it's I thought he was hilarious. I think it's so many ways he can cover his junk, and I want to see all of them. I want to see every bit of it. It's just funny, and sometimes a comedy act is a comedy act, and I don't care how it. And even Normani and Pooh were like, "I have never seen anything like this
Me too.
before," and it was just like his performance and his act is like far and above beyond everybody else's because it's like we've never seen it before and it's just so good. I'm so happy that he moved on. It was the funniest
Yeah.
thing I've seen and I, I want
I'm
to
so
see
happy he
more.
won you over because
He
I was
won
like,
me
oh,
over big time. He won me over big time. And if I ever get to Japan or Tokyo, where's he in Tokyo? I want to go and see it. I don't have to know what he said. I just want to sit in the audience and just laugh. It's so freaking funny. It's so funny. I love him.
good. Yeah.
But
Well, he moves on. Most of these people do. I felt
most
kind of bad for the Electro dads being the only ones not to move on.
I was like, dang, that's crazy. I still don't understand the breakdown of how they got Simon has five to choose and then Mel B had three. So I'm interested to see what the breakdown for uh, Howie and Sophia. So I'm interested to
Mhm.
see what their breakdown is going to be, but I don't know. I don't know. I
Yeah.
didn't.
I mean, there has to be some sort of plan on how many people are allowed to move through from each group
Mm-hmm.
because they couldn't just randomly pick whatever number they want, or else we wouldn't get to 44. So,
Right. So I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know how. Uh, I'm interested. I'm interested. I'm
mhm.
interested. But let's move on, I guess, because we got Project Runway.
We
And
do.
what an episode this was.
Hmm.
I I don't even know what. Well, we'll start where we left off because we said it here on this. We talked about it last week, and we we talked about who was going home. It was between Andrew, not Andrew. Who was Andrew? I don't know. Brian, B, and Aaron. They were up for elimination. I felt like we knew when they were talking where it was going to go. Even though last week we did say it was just disgusting what Law how Law talking to Aaron because I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. And but Aaron was gone.
Yeah. I will say the only little bit of redemption Law gave himself was when he was like, Aaron, I just want to hang out with you and talk fashion. I was like, well, that's really nice. Like, I'm sure that feels great to hear from Aaron. Also, I
Mm-hmm.
will warn people a few days ago, I don't remember why, but I went on the Wikipedia page for Project Runway, like
Mm-hmm.
maybe like Tuesday or Wednesday. I went on there and it said Aaron was eliminated. I'm like, wait, it didn't show that. We don't know that.
Uh,
But I don't know. Whoever's updating the Wikipedia, I guess they don't care about spoilers. If they somehow they know who got sent home, they're going to put
mhm.
it in there before we find out. So I'm sure it probably has who got eliminated this episode. I don't want to know yet.
I don't want to know, so I'm not gonna look.
Yep.
But yeah, Aaron is gone, and I did agree with what you said about Law. I was like, that was a redeeming factor because Aaron is he deserves the respect. He worked in this business for long enough to get that respect from everybody else, including Law. So you know, but we move on to the next challenge, which is unconventional materials, maybe, possibly, kind of, but it's paper towels.
Hmm.
Everybody's going to use paper towels to make an outfit, and they had an hour to work with it, to dye it, to see how it works and how the materials, if you could, do what they could do with it. So they went in and they were dyeing and making and seeing how it feels, and it was interesting to see that. I love a good unconventional challenge because, and they still had $300 for fabrics. So they did go to Mood. We didn't see them go to Mood, but they went to Mood apparently to get some fabrics because paper towels and all. You don't want to fall off you, and the girl be naked. So they had to go get some fabrics and some trimmings and some things. Um,
Yeah, this felt like inspired by what we saw on Project Runway Canada with the toilet
with the
paper
tissue.
challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
which I love that. Like that was a great episode.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm glad they kind of brought this here. I almost wish they weren't allowed to dye things. I say that, but then I really like the results of some of the dyeing.
Mm-hmm.
But it would have been cool to see everybody use like the same white material too, and what they could do with that. So I
It
don't
would
know.
have
I'm
been
a little sad.
boring. It would have been boring because you could
It was
imagine
all
they
white
just.
on Project Runway Canada, and it looked great,
It
right?
was boring to like it's. I think that's boring. I like that they gave them the dye elements because it gives you a little bit more uniqueness and individuality. But yeah, yeah. I do like an
Do it both
unconventional
ways.
challenge though. Hmm.
Do it both ways. Have the challenge twice. One you dye it, one you don't.
Make two outfits,
Yeah.
But crazy. That would be a lot. They need to give them 4 days to do that one.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, I thought it was interesting. From jump, I liked the seeing what some of the designers were doing with their with the paper towels and the dyeing, and like right off the gate, I was like, I like what Daheem was doing. I liked um what B was doing. I liked what um it was somebody else who I was like, oh, I like what they're doing with that. I think it was Jude, possibly Jude, but
Hmm.
I really did. It was like Naheem stood out. I was like, oh, that's really, really good. I like that he was like, I'm just gonna make it look like denim. If I can make it, if it worked, and I'm like, oh, if that works, that's gonna be fabulous. If it doesn't work, ooh, and I think that's what everybody's. It's like if these dyes work and you can make it work, it's gonna be fabulous. But if you can't, it's gonna be interesting. But I felt so bad for Anna in this situation. I thought she was second guessing everything she had to do, and I was like, I wish you would just stick to what you want to do and just stick with it. Like, or find it, she's like, it's not working. So many people had moments where things weren't going their way and they had to pivot. But I guess that's what it's like to design paper towels.
Hmm. Yeah, I agree. Well, I think another complicated thing is when some of them are using fully paper towels and some of them are also using fabrics.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know necessarily, then it's harder to judge. Like when I'm seeing them walk down the runway, if I don't know something's fabric or not, then I'm going to assume it's not fabric. Like
Mm-hmm.
since it's an unconventional material challenge, so maybe I'm giving somebody more props than they deserve. Um, One thing I will say, I've been giving Christian a hard time, and I still do to a degree. But there was one time where he once again was like saying things that he had no business saying, and then another time where I'm like, "Oh, you're absolutely right." I'll go with the first one, which was him saying things that he shouldn't be saying. It was him talking to Naheem, and he didn't like the way the look was coming together. He's like, "I can't see my girls wearing this." And then we got the confessional from Naheem, and he's like, "Well, duh, my girls ain't your girls, bruh. My girls are hot and lit." I'm like, "Yes, tell him."
I love Naheem in this episode. I just did. Not your girls, bruh.
That should have been my intro.
That should have. I said this, thinking the same thing. Like that should have been my intro. Like my girls are not your girls, bruh. My girls are lit.
Lit, yes,
My girls are lit. We wasted that, David. We wasted that.
we did. But the time that I was like, okay, you're right, Christian, was
Mm-hmm.
when he was giving some feedback to Joseph McRae.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, it was the first time I'm like, yeah, I totally agree with you. He hated what Joseph McRae had started out, and really, it was not up to Joseph's standard. It felt like he was pivoting from his style. It didn't feel true
Mm-hmm.
to himself, really. So, like, he pivoted, and spoiler, it looked much better after he made those changes.
Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to think of any more drama in the workroom because I really just want to get to the rankings on the runway.
Did this make you want a salad at all this episode?
No, because that salad looked wilted. But okay.
I just I think my favorite thing is anytime people are clowning on Brian because look, I'm not a fashion expert. I
Mm-hmm.
am no I can't make a I've never tried, but I
Mm-hmm.
cannot make any clothes to save my life. But
Mm-hmm.
Brian should not be here. Like Brian does not belong. I don't think Brian is nearly as talented as anybody else in this cast. So anytime people are clowning on him and reminding him of what a joke he is in this competition, I love it. And they were joking hard on that look, and rightfully so. And I had a lot of thoughts about the judging regarding that look.
Mm-hmm. I don't understand them at all. Like, anyway, do you have a ranking for this?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah. Should we
I'm
start from the
probably gonna
bottom or
agree with it at the bottom. I'm probably gonna agree with
no, no,
all your
no.
rankings from the bottom, but
You
we'll see.
usually don't. My bottom overall was Bobby. Um, it,
Dirty. It looked like sewer water.
yeah, and it just was like draped over her. There wasn't like much of a shape going on. The back was really rough to it. And then she had the thing around the neck. Like,
Neck.
yeah, Bobby, I think Bobby is sometimes really good, but most of the times not great.
It looked like a sewer, like a bag, but it was made like a sewer water. Like it was. I don't know. The color was sewer water. The thing around her neck looked like a noose. It was just. It didn't have any shape. It was just unflattering. I didn't like it.
Hmm. My next lowest one was Brian.
Salad,
I
please.
will say maybe a little bit better than some of his other looks, but it still wasn't good. I didn't like how he decided to layer these random different colored greens on top of each other. It didn't look deliberate. It just looked like they were randomly placed on there. Plus, there was a big rip in the back that everybody saw. I was 100% certain he was going to be in the bottom again. I
Me
don't
too.
understand why they're saving him. I think it's just because of the beef with B. It's not worth it though. Like I'm bored by that. That's not that interesting.
It
Send
is
this guy
not
home.
interesting. Please, like, please. It was not good to me. I agree with that. Uh, any you see the flaw on the runway. You saw the big tear in it. Everybody could see that. Like, if you don't walk no fashion or do no fashion, you know that was a big tear in the runway, and that should not be rewarded with the top spot. Like, to try to, I agree with Law, to try to compare that to B is astronomically stupid. Like, that was dumb. Why are we even fighting over that? Like, why are we fighting over the? That was mm-mm. Yeah. His was the only thing that was better about his thing this week, that his about his look this week, that wasn't like his last couple looks. It wasn't like a quilt. It wasn't a big pillowy fabric because it was a paper towel, so he couldn't make it that. But it wasn't good. It literally looked like all different kinds of wilted lettuce, like iceberg lettuce, kale,
Romaine.
spinach, romaine, Caesar. Like, it was like you not. It wasn't giving me anything but different pieces of wilted lettuce.
Yep. The next lowest one for me was Elizabeth. So I like the color to it. I'll give her that. I
Hmm.
thought the edges were a bit frayed, which was kind of
Hmm.
surprising to see. It felt like a good first draft, but it just wasn't ready. So
Hmm.
it was still a big step up from Brian and Bobby for me.
Yeah, it was alright. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna
Mhm.
say that it was alright
Okay.
because I still got to do my recap, so I'm not gonna. I'm saving
Right.
my stuff for the recap. It's
Don't spill
alright.
the world. Here's somebody you might have higher than me. I wouldn't be surprised. It was actually B was next for me. So I
Hmm.
really liked the pants. The pants look great. They 100% look like cloth pants.
Hmm.
Did not look like paper towel. I just didn't love the top part. I agreed with what they were saying about the top and like, rem- so yeah. If you're comparing B and Brian, clearly B is better. But
Hmm.
I still agreed with the critiques that the guest judge was saying about the top part and like how you remove something. It's just so simple up top, and it looked kind of plastic too. I don't know. It was. I just wanted a better top than we got. The pants were great though.
I understand that, but we also know in fashion sometimes simple is best, and I think the simplicity of that look is of the top itself is good. But and they like, well, if you take away this, if you take away that, well, you can say that about anybody's stuff. If you take away this piece or you take away that piece, that wouldn't look the same. No, it'd be a totally different outfit. It'll be a totally different look if you took it away. That's why he added it. I think it was. I liked bees. Bees was definitely higher up than for me, but I liked it to a point where he was just. It was the simplicity made it stunning. That's something like Law said you see on the press run for, you can put that on Zendaya and see her on press day for Dune, and it looks like a Dune inspired look without looking too Dune. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like, but it's giving fashion, but an inspiration by a movie. I think it was great. Like, if B made that out of paper towels, and he can make that out of a real outfit out of fabric, we gonna be seeing that on Zendaya at on press day for soon, because that was beautiful. I think it was simple, but it was beautiful, but definitely higher up for me.
Hmm. Yeah, this next version is probably lower for you, and probably would have been lower for me if I knew that fabric was used when I first saw it.
Mm.
But it was Anna. So I did really like the shape of her look. I know she didn't get to do exactly what her initial vision was because she ran out of time, but I
Mhm.
still like the texture to it. The back wasn't great, I will say that, but it had this kind of cool lacy look to it, which I appreciated. It really was just hearing later on that she used fabric. I don't know what parts of it were fabric and what wasn't, but that was like, oh well, that's kind of disappointing. Like I feel like I can't judge her on the same level as most of the others because several people just use the paper towels.
Yeah, she was definitely lower than B for me. 'Cause I liked it, but it didn't do anything special for me.
Mhm. Um, I do think this is where like I have solidified on my top four designers of the season, and they were
Hmm.
my top four this week. And I feel like all four of them have really shown their strengths throughout. I'm sorry, it's all men. I don't
Hmm.
care.
It
The
is.
men are
And
eating up
sometimes
this
the men
show.
are eating. The men are eating these girls up because
Mhm.
yeah.
Yep. This one might be higher for you, but number four for me was Joseph McCrae. This is probably my least favorite thing he's done this season,
No,
but
that's
that's
about
not
right.
saying much. It is okay. Yeah,
It's about
I've
right for me too.
okay. I've loved everything Joseph McCrae has done this season, and
Hmm.
this one I still really liked. It just
Hmm.
wasn't quite up to the standard that I'm used to for him. I thought it had a great shape to it. For me, it was kind of weird the colors together. I think that was my issue, like the purple and the green. Just
Hmm.
for me, it gave me like Joker a little
A
bit.
little bit.
So I don't know. I wish there was something that tied them together a little bit better to make them feel like they were like deliberate outfit instead of two different pieces of two different outfits put together.
Yeah. I liked it, but it's about right for me in the rankings for you like that. But I liked it, but it wasn't what I wanted from Joseph McCrae or what I expected. Um, I think I think he's losing who he is a little bit. Like they're trying to minimize who Joseph McCrae is, and sometimes you just got to be who you are. And if that's
Yep.
your POV is your POV, and if people recognize it because it's your POV, I think that says your mark as a designer. I liked it. I like who Joseph McCrae is, and I like how he does things. And sometimes you just gotta say F everybody else, F the noise, F what they think. I'm Joseph McCray. I'm gonna do what I do. And this was, I think, a step back, but not bad. And it's still his step back is still in my top. So that
Mhm.
says a lot.
Totally agree. My number three overall was Jeffrey. Um,
Mm,
I really respected and appreciated that Jeffrey wanted to keep the paper towel look to it. Like he didn't do a
mm,
whole lot of dyeing, he kept it mostly white. So I really appreciated that. And I thought this was another one that looked really cool. It had
yes.
like he had created these frills that kind of
Mm.
framed the look really well. So I really like I do not just see him as a drag designer. I see him as an actual designer. And this was another strong week for him for me.
Oh, absolutely. I would have had him in my top three for sure. Um, I think I like the black and white element of what he did. I liked the fringe. I liked the underboob that he created with that look of the crop. Like if you got the little bitty boobs to do that underboob, do it, girl, because it is something. And I like the pants. I really enjoyed this outfit. When he was making it, I was like, "Ooh, this is interesting. This is interesting. Okay, finish it so I can see what it's like because I'm interested just from watching the workroom stuff." And he delivered it because it was really, really good. I really enjoyed this. So this is the first one of the first times I'm like, yeah, yeah, I can see it. So I definitely see him as a designer and not a costume designer, not a drag designer, but a designer.
Right. My number two, and it's wild that he was not in the top to me, was Jude. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I what I really liked is watching how his look flowed as
Mm.
his model was walking down the runway. The pinstripe pants, those were so cool. How did you do that? In the top,
Pinstripes
right,
out of paper towels. Come on.
crazy.
Oh,
And the
crazy.
top was incredible. incredible. Like the top looks straight up like fabric. Like
Mm-hmm.
you could not convince me this was a paper towel look. This was so good. And it's crazy that Brian was in the top over him.
Insane, insane, insane. Yeah, no, I didn't. Jude's look was phenomenal. I was like, oh, this is good. Oh, you make pinstripes on paper towels, a pinstripe pant, and the pants fit like a glove. Man, that was some grade A tailoring. What he does so well, and it's so nice to see. And if he gonna do this, I just need him to just give us more. And I feel like his in the color department, I want to see Jude step out and do some prints, some colors, something else,
Mhm.
but and tailor the hell out of it because it's gonna be good. But I like Jude. I like his style. I like where he going. And he 23. He
23 months. Crazy.
just 23 is crazy. The way his talent can bloom and blossom over the years is insane. He has a lot more to get to. And I want to be on the ride with him.
Me too. But my number one, and who better be
Everybody to
winning,
no surprise.
yes, better be winning this episode, is Naheem. Uh, yeah, this was so cool. Like, once again, this straight up looked like denim to me. I don't
Hmm.
know how he managed to pull it off. He even had a zipper in the
Yeah.
back of it, which I was like, that's so cool. It just felt fresh. It
Hmm.
felt modern. It felt very in his style. So this was incredible.
It was so good. It you couldn't tell me it's not denim. You wouldn't be able to convince me that's not a denim on denim look. And you know I love me a denim on denim look. He just ate it up. And I'm so happy he didn't listen to Christian because his girl is not your girl and his girl is lit. So nah, bruh. I love it. I love it. I love this look. This is my favorite look.
Mhm. Um, we do have to talk about this question though. They were asked who they are least impressed with, and so I wrote down who everybody answered. So,
But
um,
just say the two people who didn't say Joseph McGray. Because
yeah,
easily
yeah. Okay, Joseph said Elizabeth. Jude said Brian. Respect Jude. I
respectfully.
have so much respect to Jude for actually being honest here. Anna said herself, and then changed it to Bobby. I'm still going to give her respect because Bobby wasn't
It
great.
was bad. It wasn't good.
But everybody else said Joseph McCray, Elizabeth B, Bobby, Brian, Naheem,
I'm so
and
shocked.
Jeffrey.
I'm so shocked at not even saying that. But yeah, I'm like,
It's giving
okay,
jealousy.
it's giving. Everybody just want to see him humbled, and I'm like, what? But I respectfully love how he was like, yeah, they all saying my name, but I have won more challenges than they have, so and the more than anybody in this competition. But and I was like, ooh, mic drop.
I Yeah, I really didn't like what Law said because Law was like, "You got voted
Yes.
out last time, and now everybody's saying your name here. It seems like you're the problem." And I'm like, "That is not what it means." And
Nope.
since when does people piling on somebody or like going against somebody, that doesn't mean that they're the problem in life, and it doesn't mean they're the problem in this situation either. So I really didn't like that. That was kind of another
Another
gross thing.
bullet.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, it wouldn't give me that he's the problem. It would give me he's the competition.
Ex- That's what I was saying. I was like, oh no, that's not saying he's the problem. That means he's the competition. And they're just jealous of him because he is the competition. And I'm sorry that y'all feelings are hurt because he's the competition. It's not giving, yeah, no, Law was out of order for that. I really do
Missy
think
Tyra
that
put him in his place.
Tyra was like, nah, that's not that's
Yeah.
not right. That's not what it is. I I don't
She
know.
later, yeah, later on she was like, "You are overstepping and over talking everybody to Law." I was like, "Oh, it's getting heated between these judges."
The girlies were fighting.
Yeah,
That's
it
from
was a
my
good.
girl.
a good episode. The judging a little weird. I don't even remember who all was in the bottom, but the tops were
It was
weird.
Elizabeth. It was Bobby. It was Anna.
All the girls.
Yep, because they all deserve to be down there. I'm
Fair.
sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all all deserve to be down there. But
Yeah,
put Brian down there with him. He should have been down there with him, but okay, we couldn't
I think
decide.
I think Anna's gonna go, especially after she said her own name. And Law's like, if you believe that, then you should just leave right now.
And I don't disagree with him. I don't disagree with him at all. But that I find it funny because I wonder what it's like to be standing on stage when the judges are arguing back and forth and back and forth, and you're just like, mm, okay. But we'll find out next week what what their decision was because they just left us. We don't even know who lost. We don't even know who won. I couldn't even tell
Right.
you who won because we just don't know.
Go to
So
Wikipedia if you want to know. It might be
yeah,
there.
I'm not saying, but you can. I won't go. I'll find out next week. But let's go to Dancing with the Stars, the next pro, because this was good. We had
We're back
our
in the villa. Dancing with the Stars, Love Island edition.
we had dates, epic dates. I love that. But okay. First our
A
mentor
coupling
was
ceremony.
please, David.
We had somebody get rejected and be upset about it.
Stop, David. Oh my god.
You didn't pick me.
You didn't stand behind my door.
Yes.
You didn't pick me. I pick you all the time. I picked you before. Like, oh, it's so Love Island edition.
It's a new dancer. I'm TT. I'm TT. I'm your new dancer.
I'm not. You don't have to, but I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you, baby. I'm talking to him. Oh
Good time.
God. Oh my gosh, the Love Island edition. But yeah, we had our mentor, Miss Jenna Johnson, was in the house giving us a beautiful dance about chemistry. She's like, did you say you know her?
I
Or you
don't know
don't?
her.
Of course you don't know her.
I
Yes,
have to
yes,
say
yes.
that every episode
Yeah,
except the first one. Don't know
yeah,
her. Don't know
I'm
him.
so glad you don't know her. But well, I'm not glad you don't know her. But yeah, you don't know her. But yeah, they were talking to her, and I love that Robert was like, that doesn't look like Val, which is her husband, and who's also a dancer on Dance with the Stars. And she's like, no, it's not. But you can make chemistry with anybody if you're a good dancer. And so that was what the theme was, chemistry, and creating a chemistry that people believe. And that's one of the things that she was like, you should be able to have, like, when you're dancing with someone, it should be one of those, wait, are they are they not? Oh, they must be together. It's like, ooh, are we supposed to be watching this when they're having that kind of chemistry? And so I was like, okay, this is gonna be good because we got good chemistry.
Yeah. This could apply to podcasting as well. You can fake chemistry with a podcast co-host. Have you ever had to do that, Lana?
No comment.
Definitely not right now, right?
No comment.
Right?
I definitely have chemistry with my podcasting partners. Definitely. Especially David. Especially David.
Mm.
Now Brandon is a whole
Sometimes
nother
it might be
story.
like, yeah, because y'all are frenemies.
Yeah,
Sometimes it might
Brandon.
be the chemistry that causes like an explosion, like
Mhm.
a bad chemical reaction.
Well, right. Sometimes the chemistry is like, oh, we just won't get along, but we're good together. But it's a boom. I have good chemistry with all of my podcasting partners except Brandon. Is a forced podcasting relationship, but I like him. No,
No, it's
no.
given they hate each other.
I have David. While you throwing it at me, you have good chemistry with all of your podcasting
Look,
partners.
I'm not the problem when it comes to chemistry. I don't think.
Oop.
I think some other people might not always have good chemistry with me.
Oh, okay. And we'll leave that there. But they were talking. They had. I like how they set this up. She first had them do a dance off, like a first day challenge, if you will, for Love Island Dancing with the Stars crossovers. Well, you have to just dance with everybody. Make sure you have that chemistry. Um, and they did, they had to dance or whatever. They danced for everybody. She's like, okay, cool, cool, cool. Now it's time to pick your partners and to see who you like and who you have the best chemistry with. And so Selena instantly goes to Eric. Um, uh, Adele instantly goes to AJ, and Stephanie and Nina instantly goes to Alan. And
Uh-oh.
nobody for Tristan. And he was like, oh, okay, no, no. And so Alan has to decide between Stephanie and Nina, and he picks Nina. So Stephanie is like, okay, I'll go to Tristan. And he is like, hmm.
For a second, I thought she was going to go to another person that had a pair. That would have been so awkward if she like went down the line and didn't pick
No,
Tristan.
nobody picked her, so
She
she
had the
ended up.
option.
She did. She could have went to anybody, but she picked Tristan, and he was just like, okay. And then we find
Yeah.
out that they not only are they going to be partners, but they're going to go on dates and everything because chemistry is built. You need to build that chemistry up between the people who you're working with. So you go out, they hang out together. I mean, it's not enough that they live in a house together, but no, because they go out together. And Tristan wanted to let Stephanie know he was disappointed. You didn't pick me. I thought you were going to pick me. You didn't pick me. And she's like, I mean, I wanted a new partner. We've already danced together, which I understand. And I totally get because it's like it could be the fact that he was on the bottom last week too is the reason why she picked him. She didn't pick him, but she did dance with him and they made it through. So maybe she wanted to test out her chemistry with other partners. But she ended up back where she was. He was like, I'm gonna be a little petty, but I'm gonna, you know, we're gonna let it go after that. But I don't know. I found that very interesting.
Yeah, it made me kind of nervous because if the goal is to keep building your chemistry even before the dance, I felt like he was kind of self sabotaging a bit by
Mm,
like even like giving that any sort of attention with the like negativity. He definitely made her feel awkward at times about it. And I'm sure like that probably was just like a blip on the radar and they probably had way more positive experiences with it. But of course the edit's gonna show the down part.
of
But
course,
even giving it that energy might have been enough to kind of hinder their chemistry from really growing to what it should have been.
agreed, agreed. Um, we saw them going out on their dates with each other just to get to know each other, and I felt like Stephanie and Tristan, they did have this when they went out, they squashed their little, he squashed the beef. I do think they have much more in common in that they had, the funnest time. We had I think Nina and Alan having the history that they have together because they've known each other for a long time. I think that played into, you know, their date. They went on a Ferris wheel, which is great. But yeah.
That was my favorite date.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But then it was funny because Alan went back home and was like, Adele, you know, if I had to pick, I would go pick you, right? And she was like, ah, that's so cool. He's like, I would, you know, we have great chemistry. They danced together before. He was like, I would have picked you. I was like, okay. Don't let Nina hear you say that though. You know? Don't let Nina hear you say that. But I mean, but the truth is the truth. If he was going to pick her, he wanted to pick her, he would have picked her. But you know. But
Yeah, I wrote in my notes. Alan goes to say less to explore Adele. Tells her that she would have been his first choice if he got to pick. Says their dance was the highlight of their career.
I hate you so much right now. That's oh my
That's
gosh.
showing up on movie night.
Oh that's so showing up on movie night and they gonna be mad at you. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so funny. That I can't with you. I can't with you. I should have never got you back into Love Island.
Guess not. Guess not.
Oh man. Oh boy. But let's talk about these dances because up first we had AJ and Adele. And honestly, I thought this was the week for me because I have been saying for weeks now, I'm like, AJ's good, technically good. He's, you know, solidly can put the dance together, but never has he stepped out to me. He's very much bland. It, you know, not in his movements, but just like I don't connect. I don't connect with. This was the first time that I was like, oh, okay, AJ, I do see you. I see what you're capable of. Now, was it my favorite dance of the night? No, but I enjoyed him. But I also think I enjoyed him because I enjoyed Adele in this, and I think she made him step up his game, and she made him look better. But I enjoyed AJ and Adele in this dance. I thought it was really good. I was I wanted a little bit more rumba, but it was good. It was good. I did for the first time. I was like, okay, AJ, I see why you're here. I see your potential in this competition. But yeah.
Mhm. Well, it actually was my favorite dance of the night.
Oh.
I love this. Yeah, I
Oh.
thought their chemistry was incredible. Adele was dancing her ass off in this.
Mhm.
I wrote down AJ may have to cancel that wedding after this.
Mm.
I
Ooh.
was completely sold on their chemistry. I think it might be my favorite dance of the season so far.
Oh. Oh.
Yep,
Mm.
I really liked it.
I liked it too, but not my favorite because my
Okay.
favorite came next with Eric and Selena. I I've watched this dance more than I want to admit that I watched this dance. Um, I thought this was a breakout week for Eric. This was the breakout week for Eric. I was like, oh, welcome to the competition, Eric. And you knew when I knew Eric was about to bring the fire is when he was in that mirror and he slicked his hair back with that got to be uh holding spray and that hair gel. He slicked that hair back and he was looking in the mirror like he was smoldering. And then when he walked on that stage and he took that first pose and I was like, oh, Eric is about to do something. And from the first moment when she popped out behind him, it was on. I think they were so dang good. Selena was good. Eric was good. I believe their chemistry when she came up to him and scooted down his leg. He was he was the man and he was slinging her around like he was the man. And I was like, oh shoot, Eric is he's making me feel some things. I was like, I didn't see that with you before, Eric. I was not understanding your game. But I saw that with him and I thought he was so good. It was so good. It was so good. It was so good. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. I've been pretty critical about Eric this whole time just because he's been hard to connect with. But like this was instantly the most I've liked him. Like right out of the gate. He came out strong. Um this was actually my third favorite dance of the night. I know that may be surprising, but the reason is because of the challenge itself. So I was thinking about the chemistry angle to it, and for me, it felt like he was kind of overshadowing Selena, which I didn't expect. Like I did not think she was going to get overshadowed by this guy who I thought was pretty bland up until now. But she almost became like a prop to him. Like the way he was holding her and handling her, she was kind of like an object. And what I noticed about him that they critiqued other people for is they wanted to see that connection in the eyes. And I don't know if you noticed this, but almost the whole time he didn't look directly at her. He was giving an intense look, but it was almost always looking forward as she's dancing around him. And I wanted to see more of the chemistry with them looking at each other. So that's the only reason they were my number three, because the dancing was incredible. He was incredible. Like they were both very good. I just didn't necessarily get the chemistry aspect as much as you did.
I think it was because their story is why he was looking past her, because their story
Mhm.
was a love hate relationship, a relationship where the woman and the man were in it, but they were like a toxic relationship. So it was like I think he was meant to be that way. He was meant to not look at her, and I think that and the whole thing with the Argentine tango is I do think sometimes the woman is like the prop, the object that you sling around, and that masculine thing. Because I don't, you might not know this, but the whole Argentine tango came. It was a dance for two guys to do it. Men, women were not incorporated in that dance at the time when they first came out. It was two guys who did that because it was like a strong masculine dot pop and flick it around, flicking the feet and all that stuff. So now when the women are doing it, they're not going to be masculine, but they're like the object for the man to fling around and flip up and do all those things. And so I think that was the purpose. But I understand where you're coming from. I do
That makes
get it.
sense. I
I
mean,
get it
yeah,
makes
you make
sense.
sense too. Hmm.
Yeah, so it makes sense. But I'm just shocked third place. But yeah, it makes sense. But I do know who your
Not a
number
strong
two
top
is.
three.
Yeah, we had a strong the competition itself was strong. It was really came down to you know minute details for that. But yeah, next was Tristan and Stephanie. I think they were. It was a good dance. Like I said, nobody did bad. They just did really good. But I think for me, sometimes I don't know what it is about Stephanie that she dances like I feel like she gets wild, a little reckless, but it's always moments of she's tame, and then she lets go, and she's reckless, and it's like it's never tight all the way. And when you're dancing, and then when you're dancing with somebody like Tristan, who's maybe not the most technical, it shows even more because he's like a little wild, a little loosey goosey, and she's a little wild and but it worked for this dance. I think they did really well, but it just something felt disjointed and muddy in the middle of the performance. Like they started off strong and then they ended strong, but I think in the middle it got a little muddied for me. And I was like, oh, I don't know. Felt a little disjointed.
Hmm. I agree. I do think they're a good pair. Like, there's a
Hmm.
lot of potential here. For me, it took a little while to get into the actual dancing part, and it was like, oh, okay, well, this is a dance. Like, why are you all like just walking around gracefully and not actually dancing yet?
Right.
Um, but yeah, I don't know. It felt a little too low key, especially seeing how hard the other pairings were going. They still were very good by most standards, just not quite up to the standard of the night. Yeah, and the last thing I wrote down is Tristan, and I hate saying this, Tristan just doesn't feel like a pro to me. I like
Yeah.
Tristan a lot. I just
Yes.
don't see him as a pro dancer.
he's not ready yet. And I think it
Yeah.
will take a little bit more time to get the technical skills. I think he needs to be under somebody's wing to learn the technical aspects of ballroom dancing. And then he needs to be on a troupe of ballroom dancers, like be in the troupe of dancers that they have for Dance with the Stars. I think he'll be fun, great there, but he needs more. He needs to know, get all the technical aspects before he's be able to be a pro. Because how could you teach somebody a rumba if you're not good at rumba? How could you teach somebody a tango if you're not good at tango? So it's definitely that. But then we had Alan and Nina. I think this is my second, third, third. It was a tie for second. Let's do that because I think they were my tie for second place because I think they were so good. I think Nina finally got her timing down. I think Alan helped her with her timing. I do think it was some moments I was like, oh, that was good. That was good. But there was moments I was like, oh, okay, 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 okay. But I think she was beautiful in this dance. I think he was great in this dance. But I do agree with Shirley. You were supposed to do the Argentine tango, and you gave us the Argentine tango rumba samba dance. Like you gave us a fusion and one bar of an Argentine tango, and I'm like, Argentine tango is my favorite dance, and I didn't see but one flick kick. Like literally, you just did one Argentine tango move, and then you went to the rumba, and then you went to a samba, and I'm like, it's cute, it's great. It broke, went outside the box a little bit. It was great, and I think it went well with the music of that they had because the music was difficult. It was changing rhythms and things like that, and it was great. But I wanted a little bit more Argentine tango, at least another 8 count of Argentine tango, and then you could have went to the rumba and samba, but not enough Argentine tango for me. So maybe that's why they third. I'll change it. They're third because it wasn't enough Argentine tango for me.
Okay. Well, as somebody who doesn't know still what Argentine tango is, they were number two for me. I thought this was great. I really think Alan brings out the best in Nina. So I think that's part of what really did it for me. There was just something so crisp about this dancing too. And I think especially with having the music be like almost a cappella, like there was not a lot of music going on, you could hear the movement. And I
Mhm.
loved that aspect to it. Like hearing every little move they made, like all the breaths yeah, that was
It's so
so cool
good.
to me. And it added to the chemistry aspect to me. I wrote down definitely get the vibe that they are going to F after this. Like it wouldn't surprise me if we found out that yeah, he went back after exploring Adele and he's like, "No, you're the one for me, Nina." And they went to the hideaway that night. Yeah. Yep. I love this.
You are not staying out these Love Island
I'm not.
streets.
I'm not. It's
Oh,
your fault.
I should have not invited you back into these Love Island streets. You are there. Oh my gosh. But
Yep.
I agree though. I do agree. It definitely looked like they were like, okay, yeah, we're going back to the hideaway after this one because it was really good. It was very the chemistry was there. It was so charged, but
Then
unfortunately,
Ariana Maddox came out
mm,
to send
yeah,
somebody
Ariana,
home.
yeah, Ariana came out and she said, they got a text and they were like, oh no. Ariana's like, I know when I'm here, it's the gloom of doom. Ariana, in the form of Robert Irwin, um, comes out, and Shirley gives them the public voted. The public gave a vote, and unfortunately, Tristan and Stephanie were dumped from the island. I mean, eliminated from the dance floor, and they did their last dance, and it was the right choice. It was the right choice.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like it was Tristan's time. It felt like Stephanie, her time was coming soon. It felt
Hmm.
like it could have been Nina's time instead of hers because I do think she was the third best girl overall out of these top
Hmm.
four, like up until now.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that pairing, it almost felt doomed from the start.
Yeah. Yeah. It did. But uh, but next week we're going to have Daniela from Dance with the Stars. She is known for her every time she makes it to a finale or a final, or anytime she gets with these stronger, because she's a very small petite woman, and she gets with these strong guys, she always has a move. She does something that goes viral every season. She has a move that goes viral. So everything this time, the theme is create your own move, your own moment. What moment is going to grab the audience? So I'm excited because I can't wait to see what they come up with that's going to be that moment, because everybody in Dance with the Stars is looking for that moment. You want to see them create that moment. And so I'm excited to see what next week is going to bring and what they can create. But
We shall see.
we shall see. But while we're waiting on Dance with the Stars, Love Island edition, we should talk about some news.
Yes, so we got some news about The Voice. So we do have the 2026 season coming up, the second one. But the first season of 2027, it is confirmed it will be season 31, but it's
Okay.
its own kind of spin-off where it's The Voice Celebrity. So, and we've got a new host for the first time ever. It's going to be Kiki Palmer stepping in as the host. The coaches are going to be Joe Jonas, and they are keeping from season 30 Queen Latifah and Riley Green. So yeah, we're gonna see some celebrities competing on the show. So I'm excited. It's gonna
I'm
be kind of
excited
like the Masked
too.
Singer.
Yeah. I know who I'm hoping to see on there, because I feel like we should have some voices, some people who I'm gonna say I want to see our Mass Singer winner, Amber Riley, on a
Mhm.
season of The Voice Celebrity, because she's incredible, and why wouldn't she be? Like I would like to see it.
Well, speaking of that, like I want to see somebody who I think was robbed on the Masked Singer because I
Ooh.
think they gave the win to somebody who they knew was going to be hosting a show that season, which was Nick Lachey. He was going to be hosting something else for Fox, and they robbed JoJo. JoJo should have won that season. I would love to see her on The Voice. She's an incredible vocalist. She could win.
I would love to see that. I want to see some folks who has the talent, who is underrated, who you hear, they can sing, but they just don't have that step up to get into, the mainstream. But I would love to see it. And,
Mhm.
may the best celebrity voice wins. I guess I would love to see it.
I'm guessing it's going to be kind of like a shorter season, like season
Yes,
29 was.
probably.
My guess is like falls are going to be regular seasons, springs are going to be shorter seasons.
Which is fine. Which is fine. I wouldn't mind that at all. So I would love to see it. But let's go talk about some of the social strategies. So we didn't have a Canada Amazing Race Canada this week. They took a break. So we're just gonna go right into our big brother, because what a week. And it ended on a very high note. So thank you, big brother.
I was so down on the show a week ago. I was like, why am I
Uh,
still watching this?
Me too.
Especially knowing who won HOH. You could not have convinced me that I was going to be feeling the way I do about Big Brother now. But I'm into it. I'm hooked. I'm back. I'm set.
I'm back, because I felt this way with you, David. I'm like, ugh, I don't know if I want to watch this. This is gonna be so stupid. And this week was painful. Like with this HOH, I was like, oh, why am I still watching this show? But I'm back. I'm back. I'm back because we watched Haley's Reign of Terror this week play out. Um, but it didn't play out how she thought. because we had Taylor winning the POV. She won the veto. Um, so that was already a kink in her plan because she was gunning for Taylor at the time. But Taylor won the POV, takes herself off the block, and she has to put up Lyric as the replacement nominee. Un to Kamu's disdain and Chuck's disdain, they just did not want her to put up Lyric. But she was like, I don't care what y'all say. I'm the HOH, and you only want her because she got a crush on you and she go do everything you say, but she not gonna do what I say. She didn't even come to me and talk about she wanted to work with me. She said came to y'all because she wanted to work with y'all. And if she became the HOH, what's stopping her from putting me on the block? Which I don't agree with Haley on most things, but I see where she's coming from on this point. Because why would you go to the guys of the group and don't come to me? And I'm the HOA. You should have came to me first. Like, I want to work with you, but you went to the people who you think she's gonna listen to because that's what you do. And that's what you want.
Mhm.
Because I think Lyric is male centered, but that's just me. That's just me. But yeah, I understood where she was coming from with that, and she was not happy with her. So they were like, she was like, I'm gonna put her up. She's just the obvious choice here for me to put up. And all week, y'all, if you hadn't watched Big Brother all week, they were like, Drew's got to go. Before, after the POV or whatever, before the POV, Drew was going to be the one. They were targeting Drew. Drew was it. After the POV, they were definitely targeting Drew. Not, it's Drew. And it was going to be that. Like it was flipping back and forth, but it was like Drew, it's Drew, it's Drew. Up until like 3 hours before the live eviction. And I said, what is going on in this house here right now? Because we were so bored. I was so bored with like, I'm like, okay, yeah, they just talking. They just talking. What they've been doing all week is talk. And then it's just go back and flip back to the status quo. It is what it is. But up until 3 hours before the live eviction, Drew was the target. And then
Well, I think it had shifted to Melody at that point.
it did shift to Melody. It did. You're right. You're right. It shifted to Melody. It was Drew, and then it shifted to Melody. Then it was back to Drew. Then it was back. Then it was like, okay. It was split between Drew and Melody. Then we hear it's some rumblings in the house. Now the feeds are down. And we like, what are these rumblings we talking about? We don't know. Something happened before, like it happened right before, where now the conversation shifted to no, maybe we should get Lyric out because Lyric is not. I mean, she could win stuff, and I don't know. It just shifted to Lyric,
Mhm.
but not
Yeah,
everybody knew about that.
right. Well, did you see Unlock? Yeah, you obviously
Yeah,
saw Unlock, but that like also like showed a lot of insight in that the fact that the icons were like, well, we know Lyric would probably come after us.
hmm
Who's Drew and Melody going to go for? They hate Haley. They're going to go for those people. So who do we want to keep?
it just made sense. And this was the point. I'm like, this was a masterclass coming from D and Devins. I was like, oh, watch them work. Oh, watch them work. Because, and I think it was a little bit out of boredom and a little bit out of we want to make a move, but it was just like, let's try to do something. D
It
was
might be
like,
the DR too.
it could
And
be
if
the
it
DR
is,
because
thank you,
D went
DR.
in there and stayed for a couple hours, then came out and was like, I think we should try to keep Drew. Production would never, right?
Come on, production.
Come on,
Sometimes I like
production.
it.
Spice up the life. Come through. If it was production, it's alleged though. It's everything we say is alleged information. We don't know if production said it, but it's allegedly production could have said something. But she's like, I just want to change. He's not, and Rick is like, I've been wanting to say that forever. Like, yeah, we could. Why are we doing their work? Because they want to come after, they want to go after them when Drew and Melody wants to come after them, which is what we want because we won't be in the crossfires of them going after each other. So, what's the point of keeping Lyric, who is definitely going to come for us, and Melody and Drew, who definitely want to go for them? And so, this switch happens right before live eviction. And then, so the vote for after Drew wins the BB Blockbuster, which was a Paw Patrol puzzle.
I
I
love Paw
love Paw
Patrol.
Patrol. I love Paw Patrol. I have little ones in my life. He loves Paw Patrol. So I watch Paw Patrol. And guess what? We probably gonna go see the Paw Patrol movie about the dinosaurs. We probably gonna go see that. So
That'll be one movie you see that I don't.
I mean, I'm not saying I will, but possibly I'll go see it. But we love Paw Patrol. And they did it, and Drew was the Paw Patrol puzzle. Good for Drew. He is off the block. And now it's come down to Lyric and Melody. And by a vote of 8-3, Lyric, you are evicted from the Big Brother house. And I'm like, yeah. Because guess what? Guess who did not know this was happening? The three people who voted for her to stay, Chuck, Kamu, and Yash, and Haley, the HOH. She had no idea. And the face cracks that went on after this was epic.
It's great.
I'm just, it was
I
so
love the
good.
impersonations they did on Unlocked too. That was great.
I love
What
it.
I found out though is interesting is that Yash actually did know about it, but he turned down the opportunity to vote with them because he wanted Lyric to stay. I'm like, come on, Yash, like, what are you doing?
He's a more, I don't know what Yash is doing. We never know what Yash is doing in this. It's just like, okay. But yeah, so they were stunned. And the whole, who flipped? Who flipped? And this is another thing I found hilarious. Devins is like, yeah, I voted for Lyric to go. I evicted Lyric because that's what I heard. That's what I thought we was doing. And that's just the whole thing. Like, I heard that. That's what I thought we was doing. That's what they said that was the house. I was just went with the house. And Haley is like, who told you that? Kyle was like, who said that? We didn't say that. That's not what we didn't say. He was like, well, that's what somebody told me that. And then they told me it was the house decision. And so they buy in that. Angela is literally like, maybe she got a penalty vote. I don't know what happened. And I'm like, what?
Yeah,
And she's like, she was a half not. Maybe she got a penalty vote for eating something she wasn't supposed to.
I
Man,
think somebody also suggested it could be a power that somebody like flipped some votes as a power, which is kind of smart to sell that. I think D was the one suggesting that because you have 5 people saying they voted to evict Lyric, even though there's or voted to keep Lyric, even though there's only 3 votes.
right. It's like the math ain't math, and some of y'all doing some shady business. I just thought it was
Some people
funny.
are getting blamed for things
But
they didn't do, like Chuck
Chuck
and Kamu, actually.
and Kamu was like Chuck, but then like Kamu was like, I didn't do it. I saw in the Bible, and now Haley believes Kamu, but doesn't believe Chuck. Like Chuck can't be
I
trusted.
thought you don't swear on the Bible, Kamu.
Uh,
That's what you told Drew this week.
but he gonna swear on the Bible for this. His vote was his life on the line. People were like, oh, it's so funny. But they don't believe Chuck. And Chuck is like, oh, okay. I don't understand why they. I wonder why you don't believe Chuck. Why is it that you don't believe Chuck, who's been in your alliance since day one, who's been nothing but honest with y'all, but you don't believe Chuck, but you believe Kamu? Oh, Haley. Oh, Haley. I think you like Kamu so much
I
that you
think
just
so
gonna
too.
listen to him.
I think also Angela has done an incredible job of convincing Haley that they're best friends and best allies. Like I remember the whole time we'll get into it, but the whole time the live feeds came back after we saw the HOH, Angela was like, I all I know is you're not going up. I was watching that
Mhm.
part. She's like, I don't know who's going up. I know it's not you, Haley. 100%. You're totally good because she knows that we're close, that you're my best friend. She's not going to put you up, Haley. And Haley was eating it up.
And she means by she you mean Lala Latrice,
Yeah.
who won the HOH competition, the wall of all things, the wall comp. If y'all want to check out our coverage, because we did stay up very late to cover the wall comp, and we go check out our page, our wall comp coverage on the thing because we talked about it. But it
I'm
was
there
such
in
a
the comments. I'm not
yes.
on the
David
video.
is there. Look, like shout out to David, to Brooke, to Jack, and to Brandon who stayed up with us in the comments and kept the comments going, and then myself, Logan, and Esme were on air talents as David dubbed us
Yes.
as on the chat. But we were on air. We were up there from the very beginning to the very end, and we had a great time. But
You all called it as soon as I joined the video, started watching. You all were like, Lala looks locked in.
she looked
I
locked.
didn't believe it though. I was like, Comet looks locked in. The whole time in the comments, I was like, I don't know. I think this might
Yeah,
be Comet's.
yeah. I was like, she looks locked, and but I didn't want to say too much, but she was looking strong, and Kamu was looking strong. I'm like, I don't know, and on paper, if he was staying strong up that point, he should have won. But I don't know. Yeah, I think he took a deal because he couldn't hold on long.
Maybe. He
He was
slipped though.
talking. We'll see on Sunday how that finished result because they of course cut the feed, so we didn't get to see how it happened. But we'll see it on Sunday. But we'll see it today. Actually, when y'all are watching this, we'll see it later on tonight. But yeah, it was interesting. But Lala won. She is the HOH for this week, and I could not be happier. I'm so happy with what she did, and yeah,
She's already had in between the time she won and between the time that she made her nominations, 6 different people were going up at some point. So it's been a little bit chaotic. I think Taylor's been reeling her in, which I appreciate, but it's been fun.
I mean, I think it's normal to have like a lot of people who you're on your brain and who you want. So I'm not like she was. She was doing
Yeah.
scenarios, if you will. So she was trying to map out what, and all I know is I just knew when she won. I was like, well, that means my girl Lala, my girl Taylor is safe. I ain't worried about nobody else. Everybody else. And then I was like, okay, and Melody, my girl Melody is safe. Period. Point blank, and that's done. Everybody else, fair game. But I just she ends up nominated, and I know I'm going into spoilers here for some people. If you don't like live feed spoilers, cover your ears for a second. But she nominates Haley, Chuck, and Barrett. Um, because she told look, she wants to be honest with her deal that she made with Kamu. She honored that. She ain't say nothing about a renom. But it don't look like she would renom Kamu if that was the case anyway. But they were the ones she chose, and she just really got mad at Chuck this week because he has been very much trying to mansplain this game to her in the for her HOH. He literally tried to mansplain it, and I just like Chuck.
Mhm.
What
Especially
happened?
after the nominations. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and then he wants to be like. He was saying stuff about Lala before the nominations and then after nominations. Like, if I won, I would put her up.
Yep.
Why
And
would you say
Tommy
that?
ratted it out.
Of course, Kamu ratted him out because Kamu's trying to save his own butt. And
It was.
he's a rat. He ratted him out, and
It was.
Chuck don't
Because
even
Kamu
know.
was going up instead of Chuck until the last minute.
Because Chuck, if Chuck would have just shut up, because they were not trying to nominate you because they're like, I don't want to nominate a black man on this. I don't want to do it on my HOH. And like I said, the game within the game. They have to play the game within the game, and they were trying to protect, like, this is for the culture, this is for the culture. I don't want to look like, I don't want to do that to my boy. But you had to open your mouth and you had to be stupid. And so she was like, you know what? But guess what, Lala? Guess what, Taylor? And everybody, to anybody else black going into this Big Brother house in the future, we already did it. We already did it. We have done it. We had the cookout. We had Taylor. We've done it. We had Monty. They were sitting right next to each other. We've done it. Now you can go in. Those people have done it, so you can go in and play for yourself in all aspects. You go in that house and you play for you. And you play like you want to play it. Even if those folks don't look at it like you can play, you play for you because it has been done. We broke the ceiling. So you don't have to play for us. You play for you. I will say that. It's already been done. Davon said it. She was like, we already did it. We walked, we crawled, we got there, we made it close, we broke the ceiling. We've had it. So now you go in and you play for you. You don't got to think about the culture when you're in that house. You got to think about you when you're in that house. So, but yeah, Chuck, you done lost it. They've had it with you, Chuck, and you trying to put Lala on the block when she the HOH right now and haven't nominated people. That was the dumb thing to say. But I know you thought you could trust you thought you could trust Kama. you thought, but you found yourself on the block. So, and then it's, oh my God, I don't know if you saw this, but the crazy thing about this is they kind of like, if we win the veto, Chuck and Haley said if we win the veto, we not go use it because they want to protect Kamu. What? And they think they got the votes.
Okay. Do we have a veto winner?
Because no, we won't find that out yet. But they think because they have one of them will win Blockbuster, that they'll have the votes to stay.
Okay.
Over anybody. I'm like, go ahead, test that theory. Test it right now.
Please do.
I hope Barrett wins the Blockbuster, and then what happens?
Or even if he doesn't.
Even if he doesn't.
Yeah. Is it bad? But part of me is like, I almost want to see Chuck go this week. Because if not now, when?
When?
Like, he's somebody I could see skating by to top 3.
I kind of want Haley to go too. I mean, either
I
or.
know, she's so unlikable. She's so
unlikable. It's like either or.
Speaking of, we should get to these rankings too, because I've had a few shakeups.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, so my love category was looking kind of sparse after last week because I just had Drew and Jason in there, and Jason was gone. But I've had some shifts there. So Drew is still my favorite. I love him. Love everything he does. He's so entertaining, so likable for me. Melody, I've always kind of liked her, but she really won me over even more this week, especially how cutting she is. She does not hold back when talking about people. Every time she was dogging on Haley, I was living for it. And when she's talking about how she wanted to punch Lyric in the face, I was living for it.
I was so relatable, Melody. So relatable.
Yeah, I don't know if it's true that she might have a boyfriend or something outside of the house. I kind of would like to see her and Drew together if it wasn't interrupting something else. Mm-hmm. But I love them both. Dee, she moved back up. Dee was the main soldier. She had to convince first Devin. Devin was a great secondary soldier, But D was the one who got the ball rolling, who shifted everything because Lyric was the number one lock to stay until D did her big work. So I love her for that. Lala, she moved up in the love category because she is not disappointed with this HOH so far.
Mm-mm.
I'm loving what she's doing. I love that she's not playing scared. She's doing great. Like Taylor, you are right there. You're almost in that love category for me because I think you were a strong reason why Lala has stayed grounded throughout this HOH so far. Um, she Devins was like, "Hey, save me! I need you to put in a good word for me." And what did Taylor do? Taylor changed the target because Devins was Lala's number one target right away. And
Mm-hmm.
Taylor's like, "Hey, I don't know if we need to do that." So I love what Taylor's doing. Devins, I love the work you're doing. Angela, I love you as a lying, conniving bitch right in Haley's face nonstop. It's my favorite thing right now. Barrett has dropped a bit for me. He's on the bottom of my like category because at this point I'm like, Barrett, what are you doing? Like, are you doing anything in this house? The fact that he was so okay with his number one ally going for the longest time, he was just going to let Drew go until other people made changes. So I need Barrett to have a reality check. Hopefully, him being on the block will give him that. Fine is still Mallory. Mallory, I don't know how you got these votes, girl, but congratulations. My guess is people didn't want to risk giving it to Drew or Melody because they were on the block. I didn't care. I still voted for Drew. But Mallory, you're fine. You might move up to like soon. We'll see. Yash, you're on the bad side of fine because of the company you're surrounding yourself with. You're getting kind of wooed over to the dark side. Don't do it. Don't do it, my man. Unlike the other people who are already there, like Chuck, you're there, you're in the dark side, you're still the best of the worst, so you're still meh. Lyric, you sell out. I'm glad they showed it. They showed how much of a sellout you were. Uh, Glad you're gone. Haley, I am so happy this edit is not holding back. They are letting everybody know what a bitch you are. They're
Mm-hmm.
even after Lyric's gone, even after you're done being HOH, they still show it and unlocked. The whole thing
Mm-hmm.
with Lyric coming to her room and her being so fake to her face and then rolling her eyes after she's gone. You're such a bitch. Like, not a fun bitch either. And then Kamu, you're a bitch too. So y'all need to GTFO.
Period. I can agree with your GTFO. Like, both of them can go.
Mhm.
Both of them can go.
I love that
Period.
I go top bottom and then you go bottom top. It's great.
Because it just makes sense to start where you
It
end up.
flows.
Like, they can go. They can go. Um, Chuck and Lyric, glad she's gone because I was over her baby acting self. Like, glad she's gone. Chuck, you can go too if, but you are the best of the worst. So, ugh. My fine category, I do like Angela, but this week I'm like, I feel like she was the third wheel of the Devon's D show, and they was like dragging her along with them, and she was like, "Oh, okay, I'll follow you need to do." I do like that she's
No
been lying to
pushback
Haley
though. I
though.
love that. No
Yeah,
pushback.
I like that she wasn't pushing back. It was just like, "Oh, okay, cool." She, I do like that she was lying to Haley, and she still continued to lie to Haley. Now they did just have a blowout on feeds right before we started. The Angela and Haley had a blowout where Haley was going off on Angela and Angela was going right back off on her about her betrayal and her vote and why because she told Taylor convinced Angela to tell Haley the truth about her vote and it caused a big major scene, a blowout. But
Oops.
so that friendship is no more. It's just done. It's dissolved. But yeah, I do think you're fine. Yash is fine. Mallory is fine. Um, I think she's fine. Yeah. I like Devon's. I think he was the second in command with this whole D thing. I do think that they just were the ones to push it. I would have. I don't know why I didn't, but I would have put Mallory on Love. I do love Mallory. She's going
Melody.
to my love. Melody.
You
I
could have been
do.
like, who's Mallory? But there's already a Mallory.
There is a Mallory, but I do think I should have moved Melody to my love category because this week I loved her. This week I absolutely loved her. I like how undeniably raw and like she's just so
She
real.
was us.
So real. She
She was us.
yeah, she was so real and she just told Haley, I don't like you. And I love that. Like I love that when you just like you gonna be honest, and I love that. So she would be in my love. I'm moving her up in my mind. So just know she's up there next to Drew. But Barrett is still in my like category. I need him to do more. I just need him to step up and do more. I still like him. I'm rooting for him because I know him and I want him to do well in this game. But I just need him to step up and do more. Drew, I still love him. I'm so happy he won the blockbuster. Um, I need him to continue to to just play messy in this game. Get under everybody's skin and just do your thing. D, this was your week. This was a mastermind. This was a my masterclass week for you. Now this week, I don't know, D. You started to do some stuff just because I think you bored and you starting to tell folks stuff, you starting to do stuff that makes no sense. You telling Kamu you got that power? What? She told Kamu she has the power. And she
Before
told him
Devin.
exactly before Devin. Yeah, she tried to blame this whole flip on Taylor to Kamu. Like she putting it all. I'm like, girl. Now this week, I don't know. You might go back down to like if this week, I don't know. But the stuff you're doing now is crazy. But this past week, you were a masterclass at what you're supposed to do in this game. Lala, girl, I'm so freaking proud of her. I'm so freaking proud of her. She can do. She's handling this HOH with grace right now. She making the moves she needs to make. She's not scared of making these big moves. So I love that for her. And Taylor, you are my MVP of the week because you have not only secured your spot, you got the ear of the HOH in a good way, and you are literally telling her, keeping her grounded when she can get emotional. You like reel her back in. So you are the brains behind the operation. I think this is Lala and Taylor, mm, deadly duo. I love them so much. But Taylor has really impressed me, and she is not holding back from nothing. So I love her. I love her. I just love her. But what a week. What a week. What a week. Uh we do have up next the Traitors Australia. Because
Yes.
and if you
We
want to
got
see
our.
my thoughts on it, go check out the recap on Traitors Australia.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
Nope. I don't know why it's up.
I don't know either.
But
I
anyway,
don't
go
think.
ahead.
Yes, the Traitors Australia. So I do miss Roger. He was one of my favorite hosts. But so far, I'm liking the new host. What's her name again?
Christian
Gre-
Greta.
Gretel. Gretel.
Greta Keelan.
Okay. Yes, I like her. I like her fashions. It showed in the little preview there.
I like
Um,
this.
but this is an interesting group so far. I'm very happy to see a lot of familiar faces. So yeah, like I know all the Survivor people. I know Reese and Queen Kong. I know
Mhm.
Dicko from the one season of Australian Survivor I watched. So it's good to see like some familiar faces here, but there's already some other people that I'm kind of liking. Like I instantly love this Campbell woman. I love a crazy older lady, and she's filling that void for me. She like even in the car ride, she's like, I love seeing cows that aren't just decorative, and I'm like, What in the world? I love this already. Um, yeah, I Gretel is her name. I wrote it down.
Mhm.
Um, so we got our opening twist where they had to pick the person that they thought was the most virtuous. How do people not know what virtuous means? I don't know.
Or she was,
But
I have no idea. I'm like, y'all don't know what that means? Okay.
yeah, so they started to pick Cam from Married at First Sight. He seems like a really likable guy. But
Mm-hmm.
then they're like, well, we got to pick our Olympian, Shane. I'm like, wait, do these people not know that Shane was on Australian Survivor? She's a winner. She was a
Mm-hmm.
badass. But when they do pick Shane, she finds out she has to hand out all these keys to everybody in a bowl. There's not enough keys. So she's left keyless. She's told by Gretel that she has to either self eliminate or take somebody else's key. And obviously, she doesn't want to go home. So she decides to take somebody else's key. She tries to do it as fair as she can. She closes her eyes, just walks up to whoever the first person is. And unfortunately, it's Cam. So the reason that I want to focus on this is because it has been a recurring discussion throughout this episode and into the next episode about Shane. How could she eliminate somebody? Like you have to eliminate yourself. Like what in
Hello?
the world? Yeah,
Hello?
do they know what they're playing? Do they know what game they're playing? I challenge whoever truly believes that, thinks that instead of eliminating somebody else, she should have eliminated themselves. Okay, at round table, say, hey, I don't feel right about eliminating anybody else, so I'm going to quit. That's what should happen with every single person who judged Shane for not quitting. They need to quit at the round table because there's zero difference. Zero
Mm-hmm.
difference. You're taking away somebody, you know, chances are you're not voting out a traitor. A lot of you obviously don't even care about it. Like Dicko and his crew, they don't care about it. They're focused on the alliance, not who's a traitor. Okay, so if you truly believe somebody should not take away somebody else's chance to continue playing the game, then that means you have to quit too. So it was insane. It drove me crazy every time somebody tried to rub that in her face. Insane. But I'm happy to see all my survivors there. Dicko getting a lot of early airtime, and I think it's because he came into the game with a plan that's pretty unusual. Like we don't usually see people go on traders and say, "Hey, it's a numbers game. I just want to play the numbers. I don't care if they're a trader or not. Let's just go by the numbers." I kind of respect it though because it's such a shot in the dark on these shows. Um, like there's hardly ever actual evidence that somebody is a traitor. It's almost more luck anytime you get a traitor out. So I was kind of here for it. Another person that I liked right away was Kira. I could see you not liking her. Do you like her? She's hilarious to me.
Oh, I love Kira. I'm a,
Okay,
I like her really. I dig her down. I think she's
okay.
so funny to
She
me.
cracks me up constantly. Like the moment when they were all like right after Shane eliminated somebody, everybody's in this room, like they're talking about like, oh, Shane's dangerous. We can't trust her after that. Kira looks up and there's Shane by the wall. And Kira goes, ah! She just, I died.
It's so
Props
funny.
to
I
the
was like,
editors.
she acted like she saw a ghost. She was like, ah! Oh my god.
Shane's
Oh.
like, what I do? And she's like, oh, nothing. I just didn't expect
And she was like, I just do that. It's just like,
it. But it was a great edit because you didn't expect Shane to just be standing
standing
there.
there.
You were
Oh
to
my gosh. Cinema. Cinema, pure cinema.
cinema, send it to the Emmys or whatever
And
you
the
all have.
Emmys right now. Like, oh, that's so funny.
So we see there our trader selection. Kirby's first. Yay. Here for it. Love
I knew
Kirby.
she was. I would have, if we drafted, I would have said she was going to be a traitor.
Fair. That makes sense. Yeah, she's somebody that I could see. Alvin, I think he's more of a surprise. Um, And I think that's why they did it too, because he was like, nobody's going to suspect it from me. Like, people come up to me and they just want to be my friend right away, like people I don't know. I like Alvin a lot. And then Alex is the third. That one was more of a surprise for me because Alex was not like the biggest character for me. I guess she won the Bachelorette, same season Kira was on. Um, but it like immediately people are all on Luke's case because his face is red, like one of the twins. I felt really bad for Luke because like almost all of these things that they pick up on the round table after traitors are selected are not real. But what is real, maybe, is Queen Kong apparently heard Kirby's jacket being tapped. If that is true, that is insane and something needs to be done about traitor selection because nobody should be incriminated because the host touched their jacket and somebody else could hear it. That's not good. That's on production. That's not on Kirby. Actually, like I'm
It is
already
on Kirby. What you wear that loud jacket for? You wear a leather coat when somebody got to tap you and touch you on your show. It's a leather coat. Queen just knows fabric. She knows what the fabric sounds like. It's really not on Kirby and it's not on production. It's just the wrong choice, fashion choice. You can't if you wearing leather or something of crinkly fabric and somebody got to touch you and it's silent, like it's no sound in there but click clack shoes and a touch. Man, everything is heightened. They got on blindfolds. Everything is heightened.
Mm, I don't know. It's never happened before that I've seen where somebody's like, "Oh, I could hear somebody being touched," and it should never happen. It should never happen.
She should have on a
Somebody
cotton
should not
shirt.
be out. Somebody should not be outed as a traitor because they were tapped. That's just unacceptable for me. So if her game goes downhill because of that, which it looks like it might be, that's really annoying to me. Um, but yeah, we do see Dicko making his alliance with Rob Farnham. Which do you know John Farnham? You're the voice trying to understand
I
it.
have no idea who that is.
It's like a huge anthem in Australia. It was like kind of a minor hit in the 90s in the US, but you're the voice. I bet you will recognize it if you hear it. But it's just kind of crazy that he's there because his dad is
Right.
this Australian legend with his song.
I mean,
But I do.
it makes sense though because I think traders always had somebody like that. Look down at Kelsey. She ain't famous, but her sons are.
Mhm.
And then what's his face? Kevin Federline did a show. Not because he's famous. His wife was. So it's like, okay.
Dylan Efron too.
Right, Dylan Efron. He did 2 shows.
Yep.
So,
Yeah. But yeah, I like Rob. I think he's smart. I think he might be one of the smarter players that they have, honestly. Um, when we do get our murder, um, we don't get a murder at first. But when they do the breakfast, we see those pictures. I hate these pictures on the wall. They look like school pictures, like with those like fake backgrounds that they bring to school photo shoots in just like a normal frame. Like it does not feel like the traders level photos. So I don't know. I really didn't like those. Um, but we had a challenge. People get shields. Um, I skipped in my notes. Yeah. So let me see. Where was I? Oh, AJ was kind of worried that survivors are going to be targeted. So he makes an alliance with Kirby just in case, which I'm here for it. I want to see all the survivors work together. It doesn't look like that's going to last for long, especially based on the preview that we got here. Um, but then we have the challenge, and people are able to get shields in that challenge. Rob ended up taking a shield secretively, but then he later on confessed to everybody that he got it. Gamble was not happy. Gamble can't hide her emotions. I feel like we get a Gamble every season. She's almost like the Kate Chastain, except a more likable one to me. But we do see the traders get together and talk about who to kill. So they debate between Queen Kong, Dicko, and Rob. I wasn't crazy about this list, But here's the thing: I knew immediately that the internet, and I get it, the internet would be upset about a drag queen being taken out of the Traitors early again. I don't like that. I like Queen. I've met her in person. She was great. But I think if any time it was justified, this might be the one. Because Kirby does know for a fact that Queen Kong is going around saying her name, saying that she heard her jacket be tapped. So it does make sense that Kirby, as long as she still has plausible deniability, oh, I didn't know she was saying that. It does make sense that Kirby would want to take her out. And then she could be like, well, if other people knew, who knew that? Because maybe they're a traitor and they're trying to frame me by killing Queen Kong. So I think it made sense. I think Queen needed to hold those cards a little bit closer to her vest until before a vote. So for me, of any drag queen taken out early, this one makes the most sense to me. Do you agree?
No, I'm just
Which one
mad.
makes the most sense to you?
I mean, it doesn't make sense because I feel like if Kirby's like, oh, I didn't know about it, but other people knew about it, it would still make you look guilty. Like, well, even if you say, I didn't know she was saying my name, but other people knew that she had this theory and that it was floating around. So it's like, either you knew or it's fine, you didn't know, but we still think it's you. So it's like, either way, it was, I don't know.
Yeah.
I just didn't like it. I didn't like it. It might have made sense to some degree, but it didn't make sense to me because I just didn't like it. I'm sick of the drag queens always being early out boots and not having a chance to play. And like Queen didn't even get a chance to do much of anything in this
Chance to show
game.
her drag.
Didn't even show her drag. It was just like
Yep.
she just packed all that stuff for nothing. But
I think what I'm trying to say though is like this of all of the ones that we've
I know
seen.
what you're saying. It makes sense for the
Well,
game. It made sense
I'm
for
saying it
Kirby.
felt it felt the least attributed to maybe implicit bias against.
It was the least gross than
Yes,
all the rest of the drag queens'
it was
demise.
queer on queer crime here.
Yeah, it felt the least gross. So it is what it is. But I don't know if I would have still made that move if several people heard her say it was you. I don't know if
Mhm.
I would have made that move, but
Yep.
she made it.
Then the next day at breakfast, Lawson immediately is like, "Oh yeah, Rachel had a shield from our team," and Rachel's not happy. She's like, "Why are you telling everybody this?" And he's like, "Oh, because it doesn't matter anymore." She's like, "How do we know? How do we know it doesn't matter anymore?" And she wouldn't let it
Because we
go. Like,
watched the show before, duh dumb. We know it don't matter anymore. Apparently
yeah,
Rachel ain't watched this show.
I kept trying to think like, how could it matter? Unless I couldn't. Like, I
It,
really
it,
was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt.
unless it was
Rachel was
like a
good with it.
golden, a diamond shield that could last throughout the whole game and you just can't get burned. No, girl, you get a shield, it works for one night, and then it don't matter no more. The next day is over. Well, I was so confused why she was like, you don't know that. Yeah, I do, because I watched the show.
Yeah. Um, we also had like the annoying thing between Manaki and Kira, which it feels like I did really like. So she said nobody had a shield, and then later on she's like, okay, somebody did have a shield in her group. She's like, well, you were lying. She's like, what? Why do you want to know who has a shield so badly? Like, why do you want to know that? Which makes sense. Like the traders are the ones who should want to know who has a shield the most, right? So I loved her throwing that back in his face. But that drama did kind of linger on. Um, we see our LSD alliance that Dicko is putting together, and it's a big alliance. So far, it's himself, it's Rob, it's the twins, it's Tully, whoever that is, it's Cosima, and then he's openly talking about it at breakfast in front of Kirby. So he's like, "Hey, Kirby, do you want to join this too?" And then apparently Alvin also gets roped in at some point. Like at this point, they're almost half of the house. So hey, they got the numbers, I guess. Um, and then we have our challenge, um, where they have to like name. It's they have to stand on different things and say true or false, basically predicting whether the traitors picked a specific thing. Um, and yeah, after that, when they were leaving, Kirby said something and she started to say we. I went back and rewound and watched that. It did not sound as incriminating as Rob was making it out. So I don't know. But he's really locked in on that. So that's more evidence against
I
poor
mean,
Kirby.
I think at this point in time, in this point in the game, you're looking for anything. So it might didn't
Not
seem
Dicko.
like, huh?
Not Dicko.
I mean, it didn't seem incriminating. Like, and Dicko is a rare anomaly. He don't care about traders in the game, traders. But okay, um, but for Rob, who is actually trying to hunt down traders, is like, I'm gonna take every little bit of information, and we know we've seen so many traders. Every little bit of thing count, and if a slip of the tongue is like, oh, oh, okay. So he just taking what he getting, little bits and pieces, and running with it. I mean, if he running in the right direction, he don't know that, but he running in the right direction. But
I think he's
yeah, if
accidentally running in the right
accident, like
direction.
I said, he don't know it. He just running there, and it happens to be right. But yeah, you take a little bit of information. It might not seem incredible because when I heard it, I was like, I mean, I heard it, but I was like, mm, shoot, we it could, it just could be how she was talking about we as a collective, but he took it and ran with it.
Yeah, he sure did. At the round table, though, it did seem pretty clear beforehand that Shane was going to be the big target. So I was glad she got to talk first and put out some targets. And then immediately I'm like, no, Shane, because she starts going after Reese. And I'm like, no, that's not what I wanted. She was saying like he said things that made it sound like he was a traitor. He's like, okay, what did I say? And she's like, can't you remember what you said? I'm like, well, the burden of proof lays on you, Shane. Like you have to bring it. He doesn't have to. Okay, here's what I said that sounded incriminating to everybody. um, Rachel was very funny unintentionally at this roundtable. Um, she was saying that she was faithful and it upsets her so much because she feels like there's so much pressure being put on her. And then Kira just starts laughing. Kira is so funny to me. And you could tell this was bothering Rachel because everything Rachel said or did, there was something from Kira that was bothering her.
Kira was Kira is such like a just pot stirrer, and she just know like she is getting under her skin, and she just keep poking, and I don't think she even doing it intentionally. She just doing stuff, and Rachel was getting madder and madder by the second. I love Kira. I think she's the perfect kind of.
Yeah, I'm so glad you like her too.
She's the perfect kind of. She give you a lot of villainous stuff, but she's not really a villain because, well, I don't care. I like a good villain. She's a good villain. I like that. I like a good villain who is go get under the people's skin who just need to get under the skin. Because I love her. I love her.
Yep, me too. This is where Luke was going after Shane for not quitting. Like, how dare you not quit? Like, you shouldn't be here right now. We're going to get rid of you because you should have quit. Like, no win situation here for Shane. Like, insane, Luke. Luke, you should get up and quit right now for saying that. Manaki, he comes out. So this looked way worse in the preview than it actually ended up being in the episode because they're like, somebody says all three traitors' names. But he was talking about how only 6 other people knew about the drama between himself and Kira for him to be voted in that category. So he's like, a traitor must be amongst themselves. So now we have 8 people that are privy to this. We have Manaki, we have Kira, obviously, and then we have the other 6 people who are Rob, Josh, Henry, Alex, Kirby, Alvin. Okay, that's so many people. It could be, yeah, surely odds are one of them's a traitor. Mind-blowing. But yeah, this was pretty much a big pile on for Shane. She got voted out first again. This is the second time. She's won Survivor, but she's also been voted out first on 2 different games. So that's a shame. And then we had Rachel crying after the roundtable because she felt so attacked by Kira. I don't get it. I don't get it. Part of me felt bad for her, but then I'm like, is this just the white woman tears working on
Man,
me?
I wasn't moved. I was like, Rachel, girl, this is traitors. Calm down. This is the
Yeah.
first day. This is the first banishment. Like, relax.
It can be annoying if like everything you say, there's somebody laughing or making a comment. Like we got to move on. Like everything you say. So that's the only reason I could understand her being like so like at the level she needs to cry. But it still was a lot. AJ felt suspicious about it, but he's like, let me comfort her anyways. So
And
good
she
on
might
AJ.
be
I
a
think
traitor. She might be
mm,
a traitor, so I'm gonna comfort her.
true. I think AJ's playing the game well so far. I think he's actually doing the best of the survivors at this moment. Um, but yeah, Rob doesn't feel good about voting out Faithful. Like he realizes that's kind of the situation his alliance has put him in. But he wants to do something about it. He can't just keep voting out Faithfuls. But Dicko's like the traitors like just get replenished. Like we can vote them out, but somebody else is going to step up in that spot. So they just have kind of conflicting philosophies. So it's kind of weird that they're number one allies. But Dicko's not ready to target Kirby, so I'm glad about that. At the turret, we see the traders mention a few different names. They name some big names. They mention Minaki, Dicko, and Rob. They're all concerned about that. These are big characters. I'm not ready to start losing big characters. I'm getting a little worried if that's the momentum that we have with the season, where we're just going to take out the big personalities. Because so far, that's how it's gone. I know we're only 2 episodes in. I have 10 more episodes to go. It was a good start, but I just don't want a bunch of duds left at the end.
Yeah, I get it. I don't either. It's interesting. I'm enjoying it. This is my first time
Mm.
watching AU, but I'm enjoying it. So I can't wait to see how it's going to turn out. I don't know. I'm excited to see who's not long for this world in this game, and who's gonna come out the winner. It's two, like you say, it's just 2 episodes in, so I'm not like mad at anything right now, but
I'm a little
I
mad about
a
Queen. A
little
little mad.
mad, but
We should
not.
be. We both are.
Yeah, I'm mad at Queen being gone. I'm mad at Kirby's game. That she might be in trouble because I do like, but I do agree that AJ is probably playing the best out of the survivors. It's interesting. It's
Mhm.
interesting to see. So yeah,
We do have a task to do.
we
So
do have a
since
test
we
to
have a
do.
new show, I don't know if you thought about this, but we
Yeah.
do have to predict a winner, each of
Yeah.
us. And I get to go first on this one. So I'm kind of debating between three people. So one of them is Alvin. I think he's kind of the best situated of the traders. I watched the reactions that we got from Queen and Shane when they were told who each of the traders were. Alvin was the only one that surprised both of them.
Hmm.
So I do think he's in a good position compared to Kirby and Alex. But somebody else who's also getting a lot of screen time so far, and I'm living for it because I love him. It's Reese. I do think Reese is somebody who could stick around for a while. He's kind of feeling like the narrator, so I could see him winning as a faithful. I don't know about as a traitor, but I think I'm going to go with somebody a little bit less conventional, somebody who has not had a lot of airtime, but it's not uncommon. Like we just saw it with New Zealand, where somebody could start off really low key and end up winning later on. So I think I'm going to go that route with somebody because of what they said at breakfast. Something about what they said when they got to breakfast and how they're playing the game gave me a little bit of winner vibe. So I'm going with Lawson. Right. Who's Lawson? Well, Lawson has not had a lot of screen time yet, but yeah, I don't even know how to describe him if you don't know who he is by
I
name.
know who he. I'm like, I see his face now. He's the cute guy on that little. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Mm,
Lawson.
yep. I know this is a big risk for me. This was like a go big or go home. I'm really trusting that. One thing he said when he came to breakfast
Which is
was a
what?
hint about his over. I don't even remember the exact quote, but it was basically like his philosophy on how he's going to play the game and how he's like it's going to work out for him. So I'm going to take that as his little sprinkle of a winner edit.
Okay. Um, I think I was debating between Reese also and what's her name? The other Love Island girlie.
Was that
Oh,
Tully?
hmm?
Was that
Is that,
Tully?
is that Tully? I don't know. Let me
We'll
see.
have to
Let me
have the
see.
graphic on next
I'll
week.
have. Oh, we have the graphic. We have the
Oh, we do?
graphic.
Okay.
Literally have the
Okay.
graphic. I can pull it up right now. Um. Yeah, we have the graphic. Do. Let me pull it up to uh, go there. And we do have the graphic. I'll pull it up right
I
now.
believe you.
We do have it. I just have to. It's buried amongst everything. But come up, graphic, because I just said all this stuff and
Welcome to the
there it
stage.
is. I'll pull it. Welcome to the stage graphics. Uh, um, is Claudia? Claudia. Claudia. Because they were like, oh, she's most likely to make it to the end.
Oh yeah.
I was looking at her. But I also I also was looking at the twins, but not Luke, but Josh, because I feel like they get Luke out first. Josh could be play the better game. So those are my three that I was looking at because I'm like, I think they're gonna be fly under the radar faithful. Luke being a little bit, I mean, not Luke, Josh being a little outspoken, but not to the point where they people want to get him out. So I'm
I
gonna
can see
go.
it.
I'm gonna go, but I'm gonna go Reese. I'm gonna go Reese because I think he's going to be that person who can talk his way and be in with a lot of different people. And but yeah, I'm gonna say Reese.
Yeah. Plus, we have just seen two other like drag race judges win, like Celebrity UK and Traitors Canada last year. So
Right. So
they're on a good streak.
they're very much on a good streak right now. So I think they could win this thing. Reese could win this thing. So I'm excited. But I think that's all we have for that. And it's time to get back into some celebrity reality news. On September 21st, there will be a special episode of The Weakest Link, the Celebrity Weakest Link, featuring reality show villains. And the cast includes some of our favorite villains: Tiffany Pollard, Richard Hatch, Bob the Drag Queen. I don't think he was a villain, but sure. Omarosa, Tom Sandoval, Monica Garcia, Christy, Christine Quinn, and Big Ed. That sounds like a fun show. I'm excited to watch Tiffany just be Tiffany. I love that. I think this is gonna be a fun show.
Yeah, me too. I think it's interesting. All but three of them have been on House of Villains.
Yes.
The only ones that haven't. Bob the Drag Queen has also been on the Traitors, so it's under the Peacock umbrella, NBC.
Mhm.
So the only two that I don't think have a association with Peacock are Monica Garcia and Big Ed. I don't know.
Mhm.
Maybe their shows do, but I don't know either of them. I know everybody else.
Maybe they're
I
going to be
know
on
who
House
he
Three.
is. Maybe. I I know who Big Ed is. My friend Colin, he saw him at the airport once. He's like, "Hey, this guy was on TV," and he sent me a picture.
We love that.
So, mhm.
Yeah.
But there's another new show coming. Netflix has ordered a new show called Blockheads. So celebrities will be disguised with blocks on their head and will use clues to identify the other celebrities that are with them. There will be no singing involved, which I know when I first heard this concept, I first thought of The Masked
Masked
Singer.
Singer.
But the more I thought about it, I'm like, you know what this is more in common with? Claim to Fame.
Mm.
This is, yeah, because it's literally the celebrities, but they're disguised, and you have to figure out what celebrities they are. So it's just cutting out the family, the
Mm-hmm.
aspect to it, but there's still clues. So it's going to be really interesting. I'm actually super excited for this concept the more I've thought about it.
It's going to be an interesting ride, and I can't wait to see what happens.
Hmm.
So, now that we got that out of the way, it's time to get to some. And we're going to start, of course, with our drag race. France!
Yeah.
It,
Um, it was an interesting episode. So first of all, we see Azamelia is very upset about sending home Holly. I guess that was one of her best friends. She felt like Lana did not do the right thing by not saving herself over Fluffy. So she's kind of bitter. And then we see in the corner of the mirror there is a message that says Suzemele, which is I guess Sublime, Azamelia, and Holly. So they have an alliance, which means Lana is like, well, we need a Lanharfi alliance for Lana, Laharpi, and Fluffy. And Daisy's like, well, I guess I'm alone. I guess I don't have an alliance. But we find out who got the baguette. Once again, no surprise. It has consistently been whoever beats the person in the lip sync, they get the baguette. So Azamelia has got the baguette. I don't know. It might change next week. I'm not entirely sure. But they have to separate into two teams of three. So, of course, the new alliance that we got of Laharpi, Fluffy, and Lana, they link together, which means Daisy moves over to Sublime and Azamelia. She's like, well, the alliances just kind of pick themselves, so that determine whose team I'm going to be in. But Nikki tells us that they are going to be writing their own songs, performing them in girl groups, and designing their own looks. It's a lot to do and one challenge. So we'll see how that goes. So we did have some like workroom conversations. I don't want to get into like everything they did with the songwriting and recording. It's the usual. But the workroom conversation, Lana was talking about how she worked at a pastry and how it was very not friendly to gay people and women, which is very surprising to me. Like I would have thought, like working at a pastry place would be super queer and women friendly. But she talked about how she was bullied and tormented there a lot, and she because she was gay and she couldn't really talk about it with her parents. And Fluffy had similar issues, but she was bullied a lot in school. But the problem that Fluffy had was when she would come home from school, like it was going from one nightmare place to another because she would come home and have to suffer from an abusive father. And she had no break from it for years. So my heart really went out to Fluffy. Fluffy's so lovable, or Fuzzy as you call her. I still think about that, but I love Fluffy. So yes, my heart.
It's fuzzy. She made me feel fuzzy, so I like fuzzy.
Yes,
But
yes,
Fluffy, yes, I love her.
yeah. I think the only thing kind of interesting that happened during the recordings or anything was Daisy was kind of having some issue where like her blood pressure suddenly dropped, so she had to sit down during the recording. It seemed like she was getting pretty stressed out about the situation. Um, but let's go ahead and get to the runway. You have any favorite runways? Because I by far had a number one.
I mean, I think my favorite one, the runway, it was, I, I can't remember the oh my goodness.
The artist.
I can't remember her name. I can't remember. Um, Hold on, because I'm looking at it right now on the. Because I can't see. I need visuals.
For anyone who didn't watch, the runway theme was pop culture,
It's
so
pop culture.
they were like doing homages to different celebrities with each of their looks. Um,
Mm.
yeah, I'll just say who my
Go
favorite
ahead, give
was.
your
While you,
rankings, and I'll give you mine afterwards. Because I'm
yeah,
looking.
my number one was La Harpy. She was doing a look by Desireless. I don't even know who that is,
Mm.
but it definitely gave me like Bowie vibes, very androgynous. It was like a suit. Love the wig. I thought it looked so great. Like, man, there's nothing like a really strong androgynous look on the runway on Drag Race. So yeah, this was by far my favorite one. I'll give an honorable mention to Daisy Super Bitch. She was doing the Frozen music video for Madonna. So
Mm.
I mean, that could be a difficult one because it's all black look, like black wig, everything. But I love this kind of dark, like almost gothic look for Daisy. It's just so opposite of what I usually see from her. Just being kind of framed in the back with like I don't even know what it's kind of like a hood, like the giant hood. I
Yeah.
thought that looked really cool. I just wish it had more feathers. Like it had a few feathers like throughout, but I wanted more. Like we're drag queens, go all out with the feathers, not just a few here and there. Yeah, those are my main favorite ones. I'll give another honorable mention to Fluffy. I really like the wig on her look, and she like reveals from this giant like feather boa thing. Um, and she was also doing an homage to the first trans woman to legally change her gender in France, Coxonel, I think her name is, but very pretty look.
Yeah. Yeah. La Harpy's was my favorite look.
Okay.
That the hair, the I
Hmm.
loved La Harpy's look. I was like, I don't know who doesn't it doesn't I don't know who it is either.
There it is.
It
Yeah.
looked like a mixture of Grace Jones, David Bowie, all rolled up into one, and I
I literally said the same two names when I saw it.
lit.
Yeah.
That's who it was to me, and I'm like, I really do enjoy it, and I think, ugh, yeah, she was great. A- Another, I guess, honorable mention would be, mm, I don't know, I don't think that it would probably be Daisy. Did you say Daisy was your honorable
Yeah.
mention?
She was the
Yeah,
second one. Yep.
yeah, I think so. I think that I would agree
Tasty.
with that because that black and then the feather, it was nice, but yeah, I would
Mhm.
say that.
But we got our girl groups. The first girl group was Palace Patasis doing the
Something like
song
that.
Parfait.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, I hate the looks they made. Those
I did
looks were
too.
terrible.
Horrible
Terrible.
looks. Horrible looks.
And they had an opportunity to trade for different materials with the other team, and they refused because they wanted to keep these. I don't know.
Was it the
But I will say,
sleeves that they liked? 'Cause I don't get it.
I don't know. I did think La Harpy was commanding in her performance. Lana
Mm-hmm.
was doing a lot in her performance. Like she was going hard with the choreography. It almost felt like too much, especially
Mm-hmm.
like knowing where everybody else was in her team. Like you kind of want to keep it at the same level. Like still be the best, but you didn't need to do all that. Fluffy, I like that she was keeping humor with her performance. We got them all making out at the end, so good for them. Just I think my biggest issue with them, besides their looks, was that the energy levels were kind of mismatched in this group. So I kind of wanted to see something more cohesive with this first group.
I agree. I think they didn't balance each other. And so it threw off the whole energy for me for the song. Like I was like, oh, she's coming in hot, she's coming in strong. And everybody else is like, not as
Yeah.
strong, not as hot. So it threw off the whole balance and it kind of took away from the performance that I wanted to see. So I liked them. I hated the outfits, but I liked them. But I didn't like the performance as overall. Like my eyes were going everywhere. The costumes were bad. It was just like, oh, okay. It was like a amateur night performance for me.
Mhm. And I will say it was a night and day for these girl group
Yeah.
performances for me. Because next we had Felix doing Hands Up. I think it helps that they also had like three of the early front runners. But yeah, their looks were so much better, so much better. Like you could tell they were cohesive with the looks, even though they didn't look identical. Um, Daisy's verse was so wordy, but she completely nailed it. So I loved what Daisy did. Ozymandias, the choreo, she was hitting it so hard, like incredible performer. Sublime, she did the same thing that I've noticed before, where she looks at the floor a lot. Like I
Hmm.
wish she did not constantly look at the floor. It makes her look like she's not confident. But still, they were a great group. I do think Sublime was the weak link. Um, but Daisy and Ozymandias, like I couldn't tell you which one was my favorite between those two because they were both great.
I agree. I think they were both really good. Um, I don't know. I just think that group overall was better than the other one. So yeah,
Mhm. Yeah, I don't necessarily think it needed to be
the
like
group
a
win.
team win. Yeah, because like if they were all like super even, then I would understand. But I don't think Sublime. They made it seem like Sublime was going to get a solo win for a moment, and I think all the girls in Untucked thought Sublime was going to get a solo win. But they ended up giving the win to all three of them. For me personally, I would have probably given it to Daisy because I think Daisy and Ozymandias were pretty even, but I definitely like Daisy's runway better than Ozymandias' Britney Spears look,
Yeah,
which wasn't bad. It
it
wasn't bad.
wasn't
It wasn't
bad, but
great.
it was.
And also, why do we need to keep bringing up that version of Britney Spears? Like she talked about how she almost shaved her head on the stage. I don't think we need to keep focusing on that version of Britney Spears.
Especially when you got a jacket that say "Free Britney." Don't
Yeah,
keep
she'll
bringing up
always
her
be
past part, her
free.
past. If you go just make fun of it on stage, like don't bring that up. We're gonna free her.
Yep. Um, so we did get the lip sync. So first of all, we saw Ozymandias save somebody. I thought she was going to save La Harpy at first, but then La Harpy gave up zero fight for it. She's like, I'm not going to plead my case to you in Unduct. I'm like, okay, well, guess
Well,
not. So she ended up saving Lana. I didn't think she was going to save Lana because she seemed bitter that Lana didn't save her last week. But we got the lip sync. I thought it was pretty close. For me, I thought La Harpy was selling it a bit more with her face. So I would have picked La
hmm
Harpy, but I was fully expecting um, Fluffy to stay. But to
hmm
my surprise, La Harpy ended up staying.
yeah.
So
I
I think
mean,
this, yeah,
it
it could
was
get
fun.
interesting with the baguette though.
Yeah, it's gonna get very interesting with this baguette now because I don't know if uh, Fluffy is going. I don't know who she's gonna if she's gonna give it to.
Yeah, she got two good choices here because she can either continue to do what everybody else did and give it to La Harpy, or
Hmm.
I think Lana is her best friend in the
Mm.
competition. So I could almost see her giving it to Lana. I think they should have got rid of it because we're down to
Yeah,
five people now. So somebody is Fluffy is going to guarantee somebody a spot in the top four, which I do not think is right. It
right.
should have ended.
It should have
You
been
need to
better.
you need to earn your way from five to four. You can't be handed it.
I agree. I
And
agree.
what's even worse is so like let's say she gives it to Lana or La Harpy, and we know that they're close. So let's say she gives it to one of them, and one of them earned their spot into the top four rightfully, and now they're just going to give it to the other one. So it's almost like those two have a great chance of being two of the people locked in the top four, while the three more front runner people are kind of screwed, and one of them is probably going to go next week. So I don't know.
I don't know, but I guess we will find out next week what's going to happen. I agree with you. I agree with you. But I feel like we should go on, but uh, again, I don't feel like we should do it alone. So
We made a promise earlier.
we did.
The
We
house is
promised
feeling a
you.
little bit too empty. Just a
We
tad.
promised River we need to give the people what they want to see, and so we're gonna give you River. But we're gonna also talk about Canada's Drag Race All Stars. And yeah, River, since you're here, I'll let you start us off. What did you think about this
Okay,
episode?
I love this challenge. I am so glad. I loved it when they did it the first time. I'm glad they brought it back. I think for All Stars is even more. It makes even more sense in my opinion. I love it in the regular season when they did it, but here love it. And honestly, I think I agreed with every um, decision except for one, but
Okay.
like not by much. You know what I mean? Like by a fraction. I disagreed on the spotlight performance win, but I didn't like that performance in general, like from just overall. So I don't really care because like the person that won, I think was the second best, but not by much. So it doesn't really matter. I like. I'm not mad,
Mm-hmm.
but I love this challenge in general.
I, I did too. I really enjoyed the whole like
The C
you know,
test.
the
Love
seating test.
the
I
C.
enjoyed.
The CUNI test.
Yes, I enjoyed the test, and it was interesting. I at first when I because I of course I tried to watch it all today. Um, I was like, what is happening right now? Okay, I get it, I get it, I get it. It took me a minute to get the concept of okay, we need to do. They're going to do different parts, and one person is going to. Okay, got it. But I loved it. I really did. I thought it was interesting. I agree with most of the rulings. Agree. I definitely agree with that. But it was funny. It was funny to see the snatch game happen. This uh talent part happen. The uniqueness part. It was. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I like it. I think I liked it a little bit more when we first saw it on season 6 of Canada's Drag Race. Um, I think my only problem is that when you do have such a challenge for them to do so many different things at once, it's hard for them to give their 100% to a challenge because they're giving their 100% to 3 different challenges. Um, and that also kind of bugs me too, is that it's really only 3 challenges. Like you can't convince me that the lip sync is the talent part. Like that, I think that should be its own thing. I think they should do it at top 6 instead and do 4 actual challenges and then have a lip sync. But then it'd be
Mhm.
spreading themselves even thinner. So I don't know. I'm contradicting myself a bit. This wasn't a great lip. This was not a great snatch game though.
I thought it
No,
was fine.
it was fine. It was all right. It wasn't like the funniest snatch game I've ever seen, but it was fine.
It wasn't the biggest flop either. Like it wasn't like
Mm.
there were moments.
Also, you have Lemon there. Why
Mm-hmm.
could we not have Lemon there on the panel for Snatch Game instead of Priyanka? I thought for a second, oh, we're about to get Joan and JoJo Siwa again, like sitting because they were sitting right next to each other on Snatch Game in season 1 of Canada's Drag Race. But you bring out Priyanka. We didn't need to see Priyanka.
Maybe
Jimbo
Lemon
was my
wasn't
winner
there
for
that day.
Oh right.
maybe.
I was
Jim,
Jimbo did steal the show, kind of.
Oh,
she was
she
my
Not
winner
kind
for
of,
Snatch.
totally.
I freaking love her Joan Rivers.
Yeah.
she
Oh,
absolutely stole
when
her.
she said about Priyanka, because the question was about like Priyanka's new single or something, and then she
Yes.
said it's racing to the top of the chart charts. Her new then Brooke said her new single called Charts, and then Jimbo said now streaming down her
On her
back leg.
leg.
I
Yes. That
screamed.
was the single funniest part of Snatch Game.
Literally.
Jimbo. ate this whole episode up. The winner of this whole episode was Jimbo because she was funny from the snatch game to the judging panel. Like everything she was on it. And I was like, Jimbo.
Multiple looks.
Multiple
Mhm.
looks on it every time. It was this she had all the smoke for Priyanka this episode. Like Priyanka couldn't breathe. Jimbo was on her neck the whole time. I was like, the gag girl. It was so funny. But I love seeing it. I love seeing it.
I also
Me
love
too. It was
that when they did the judging, they had like the three. All people had like Canada crowns, except for
Mhm.
Brooke. Like that
hmm
was so that, and then Brooke with the vape. Like that was.
Like
Yeah. I mean,
y'all trying to be funny.
Oh, that was so funny.
well, no, I love it because Canada's Drag Race season one is my favorite international season of Drag Race. And my three favorites that season back then in real time were Jimbo, Priyanka, Lemon. I was obsessed with all three of them. And the fact that all three of them have crowns now from Drag Race, it feels so correct. It's the best reality to live in.
Hmm.
Absolutely. It was so good. But let's go through these, I guess, real quick. The So we'll start with the snatch game. Who do we think won snatch game?
I mean,
For
come
me,
on.
it was between Sammy and Jada because I thought like Jada
Yeah.
had some moments, but when it comes to like Jada had some funny moments, but I don't know. I think Sammy was smarter about it, and she was more. I don't know. I think she was better for a snatch game, what the challenge asks for specifically. Um, and I just like Jada. I think that's what. Like they were close to me, but like Sammy, I think I put Sammy in first.
Yeah, I put Sammy in first by quite a bit. Like, I do agree Jada was the second best. She was good. She was solid. She was
She's
kind
just
of
so
herself, which,
charming. You know what I mean?
mhm,
I'm just.
yep, yeah, she did kind of play herself for a bit of it, but I think that's fair. With like
Hmm.
it kind of, I think there's some similarities between herself and T.S.
Yes,
Madison.
that's true.
She chose a character that lent itself to that. So
Yeah, I wasn't really impressed with the other three. I know they seemed to like Aurora. Aurora wasn't even in my top three. Yeah, Aurora was number four for me, um, and I think Nira was number three for me, mostly because she didn't get airtime hardly in the snatch game, and
they
having
were
no
kind of
airtime.
tied for me because
mm,
Nira
It
like
was
the one there was one moment where that we did see that she was funny, but we didn't see much.
yeah, and I will say this about Nira. I never thought I would say this, but something about the ginger wig and the ginger beard, it was kind of working for me. I love gingers though. I
For
love
sure, I
gingers.
know. Yeah,
So I was like, oh, this is kind of working for me. Like,
it
I
was doing
wouldn't say
something for
no.
you.
I would not say no
And then with the
if you
uniform,
come
and
with
then
that
like
face.
yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
I'm agreeing. I love a good ginger. You give me a, I do, but I liked it too. I think Sammy, of course, was by far the best, and Jada was the second best because it was good. But
Like consecutive weeks of Celine Dion winning Snatch Game.
And to do Celine Dion in front of Brooke, the nerve. I love it.
hmm
but so she took the first category. Now in our next category of uniqueness, was that what's next? Was that next? I
Yes.
think it was yes.
Yes.
So the unique category, we had a photo shoot
Hmm.
of
Yeah.
dolls. First we had the runway, the doll runway, and then we had the photo shoot of the runway, of their looks in the runway. So I want to know, who did we like in the photo shoot and the runway?
I just wanted to say that I thought was really fun that they that part of the challenge was that they were like their own director. So
Mm-hmm.
like they were in charge of, doing everything and choosing the best picture because we usually see like production or whoever choosing which
Mm-hmm.
picture. So I thought that aspect was really fun. And I thought it was fun, a fun concept to do like the dollhouse and all of that. I think for me it was pretty close for first place between Aurora and Mira. Um, but I would choose Aurora. I really the pose was just really good. Where she was like full body was I thought it was really good. Uh, and then I Tiffany, she looked really cute. Like they said, like the breast. When I saw that she chose her picture, I was like, what? What?
I didn't even notice
Why?
it until they pointed it out.
So they pointed it out. I
It
didn't
was the
even.
first thing I saw. I noticed it
No,
immediately.
I don't
It
think
was
she
so. It was
noticed it
unfortunate.
either.
It was unfortunate. She had other pictures that were good, so she was in the bottom for me because of her directorial decision of choosing that photo.
For me, okay, first of all, I didn't say it, but my Jada quote for the week, uh, when she was talking about Tiffany in the Snatch game, she's like, Bretman Rock, last name Rock, just because, just like a rock, you were just sitting there. I loved it. I love it. But Jada had my favorite look for the
True.
dollhouse photo. I
Hmm.
really
Me
like this
too.
look.
Me
For
too.
me, it was like, how do I balance the look itself and the photo? Because um, my favorite photo was my least favorite of the four looks.
You're
But I couldn't have given a win to Nira because just the look was a little too simple for me. But I thought she had the best photo that she selected, even though it did not show the full look. But I think Jada had the best look and her photo was good. So for me, I would have given her the win, pretty closely followed by Aurora. I still thought Aurora's look was, it was very Tim Burton Bo Peep.
Hmm.
So really cute look and a good photo. But yeah, I would have gone with Jada. I think they didn't want to risk not or letting their front runner go any further than the second save. But yeah, Tiffany, I did like her look. Her look was better for me than Nira's. It's just, yeah, the photo wasn't great.
Hmm. The look was really cute from Tiffany.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean Tiffany and her Labubus. I just love her because she loves her Labubus, and she is.
I first heard about Labubus because Tiffany was tweeting about them all the time. I'm like,
I
what
was
is
literally. I watched Tiffany and uh, uh, I watched her and Mitty on live talking about their Labubus, going shopping for their Labubus, and getting they unboxing their Labubus. Like I've seen so many Labubus because that was how I was like, oh, Labubus, and then everybody else started popping up with Labubus. Like I didn't know what Labubus were. I know nothing about it. But I think for me, Jada won this round all the way around. Like I thought she had one of the best pictures. I think Nira's pictures was the best picture too. Like that face, full face pictures. She looked gorgeous, gorgeous in that full face picture. It was head on. But if you want to talk about the full body, the taking what you're wearing and expressing it in that in a portrait. I think Jada did it. She's a voodoo doll, and she's expressing the voodoo doll, and everything was
Yep.
but she was giving straight face, and it was the
That
outfit,
wig. Can we talk about
that
the hair?
wig,
That
the
wig.
Hmm.
the wig, the
The
run, the
pearls.
look, the pearls, everything, every little detail about
The
that
face.
outfit, the mask. I loved it. She should have been done out this, done for the night after this one. Like she should have won out, and I will stand
She
on that. I,
agrees.
I will
She
stand
agreed.
on it. Like she should. She should have won. And this is no shade to Aurora or nothing, but Miss Jada should have won that round, and she should have been done for the night after that. But it is
Yep.
what it is. But I liked
I
Aurora's look
liked
too.
I liked all of their pictures. Like the only thing I didn't
Hmm.
like about Tiffany's was the
With the
the
breastplate,
breastplate, but
yeah.
like
I didn't like her
on
hand
that
was
look,
covered up
they were all
by a
cute.
chair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's what I kept focusing on. I'm like, oh, I bet
I
that's
think she
what they're
had better
critical of.
pictures. It's about
She
the
had
photos,
better
but yeah,
pictures. She
they all
took
did
one.
good though.
Yeah. And so then we hit the spotlight challenge. Just
Should we
the
talk about the moment with Jada before we
oh, go
talk?
what? Go ahead.
Oh, when they were
Yeah,
in between. Hmm.
yeah, 'cause she was very upset. Like she was talking about quitting, which I'm
Because
like,
I don't. I would have too. I don't feel like they want to recognize her. Like they always put her close, but you don't want to give it to. Yeah, child.
Being so close so many times is like one
yeah,
time it kind of. And this also this like you were talking about, David. This specific challenge asks so much of them. It's a lot of physical, mental, emotional. Like it's a lot,
Mhm.
and
Hmm.
it's towards the end of the season. It's like she's been edged, like she said,
Yeah.
like so much, so long. So I understand it was a breaking point, but I'm glad that because the people there, they could have been like, this is good for me, competition mode, and let her do whatever, right?
Hmm.
But no, I love that they supported her and got like helped her with that.
Yeah. Yeah, it was hard to watch because I know in all of her wins that she was close on, who beats her? Aurora. But that was the icing on the cake. Is like, oh, this is my third time coming in second to Aurora. But I mean, I just wanted her to think like you were close, and it wasn't like Aurora's was bad. Like if Aurora had like an awful picture, I could understand her being like so frustrating, wanting to go home. But everybody had a good picture, so I was like, you got to get out of your head. It was a little, for me, I thought it was a little bit of an overreaction, but I would be the first person that would overreact like that too, because I definitely do that. Especially
I
when it
think
comes
it's
to
like
competition things.
I think it's like the frustration of like coming so close and not getting it is understandable. And I'm not saying that to me it didn't feel like she was feeling that, but if she was feeling quote unquote robbed, then I wouldn't go that far. You know what I mean? But the frustration of coming so close that and then
Mhm.
breaking it, that makes sense.
But
Especially
I
thank
feel
since
God
I
Lemon came and
like
saved her.
yeah.
I feel like she just felt like not seen. Like the judges always give her just enough credit, and then they like, but never to win. You're good enough for us to give you praise, but we're never to take the win. You're always second best, and nobody wants to feel like second best all of the time. And it's like, what do I have to do? And like it's like you said, the competition is draining on these girls, and so there was like a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot. But I'm glad she didn't quit because she walked out there on the next part of Spotlight where they had to learn choreo and all kind of stuff, which is another thing that is like something else we have to do in this competition. I'm tired, but I enjoyed it. So let me know what y'all think. What y'all think about the Spotlight?
I didn't like it. I didn't hate it either. Like I don't think it was like, oh my god, it was terrible. But I was like, it was fine. Like it was all right. I think
Yeah.
they did the best they could with what was given to them and what the because production made created this number, right? They did their verses, but like the whole concept and everything. So, eh. But I think I was between Jada and Nira for my favorite. Um, but I really liked. I think Jada had more emotion, like with the face performance. She was the best one, and for the like body and movement and fluidity of movement was Nira, and they both had good like vocals. Um, so I was really torn. So I don't like either of them would have been good for me, but I would have personally picked Nira. But
Okay.
Jada was really great as well, like really really good. She
Yeah.
really did. I agree with the judges when they said like she really channeled those feelings into this performance. I could tell like that was well done. It's hard to do that. So yeah.
Yeah. I'm with you. I really wasn't crazy about this. I'm just glad they didn't each come out and deliver the exact same monologue back to back like we saw last season. That would have been pretty ridiculous. What's interesting to me is like I felt like each of these three people kind of presented their verse in a very different way from each other. Like I was like, oh, so Nira was first and she rapped her verse and it was like very standard rhymey. And I was like, okay, so it's a rap song. Everybody's gonna come out and rap their song. And I thought she was pretty good. But then Jada came out and she was way more theatrical with her delivery. It was almost like a spoken word performance from Jada. And then we get to Tiffany, and Tiffany is like I'm just doing a monologue. Like she didn't present it as if it was a musical thing at all. She just like
I was
presented
like,
it as if she,
where is the rhythm?
right.
Where is the musicality? What is hap? I was gagged a little bit
Yeah.
with that. I'll be honest.
Yeah. But based on how they presented it, what appealed to me the most was Jada's. So I ranked them Jada, Nira, Tiffany. So I would have
Same.
given it to Jada again.
I would have given it to her too because I think she had more. She emoted more. I think Nero was good, but it was a little not emotionless, but just like not as much of emotion as Jada. And if this is about a spoken word, if this is a but I would rather see the performance with the emotion, and it doesn't have to be perfect as long as it's emotion. And I liked it, but
That
yeah,
makes sense, actually. I didn't think about it from that angle of like the point of the challenge is because I didn't think of that. Like, maybe because I didn't like it as much, so I didn't like really think about it. But you're right.
Hmm.
I'm changing my mind. Like, because
all
I
Okay.
didn't
right,
think of it from the perspective of that's what the challenge was asking was the emotional was the like the
hmm
first priority of the
yeah,
challenge. If you're yeah, so that makes sense. Then yes, I would yes I would give it to Jada as well.
absolutely. But they agreed. They gave it to Jada, which I'm like, period.
Finally.
Thank you. Finally, she can rest because y'all
I was
tripping.
happy for her. I was so happy for her. I love Jada. Oh,
hmm
finally.
And then so it came down to Nira and Tiffany doing a lip sync to Ariana Grande's
Into you.
yeah, Into You. I'm like, I know this song. I was just about to start singing like Into You, Into Yeah.
It's right there. Like yeah,
It's right at the tip of my
it's
tongue.
right
I
there.
know this. I know this. But Ariana Grande's Into You. And I thought it was a good lip sync because honestly, both of them, this is in their both of their wheelhouses. Both of them are going to do Ariana Grande pop song. It's going to be,
It's
you
something that
know,
would have been like you could see if you go to their show. Like it's
they would
something
do
they
that in the show.
would likely do. Yeah,
Absolutely.
or
You
have
would
done.
see. Or have to. I
Hmm.
feel like they both done it a million times. Like they've sang this song or some type of Ariana Grande S song. And so it felt very to me, it felt very like natural for both of them to be doing that. It's like, okay. And it was good on both parts. I don't think either one of them did bad. It was just it was good. But it was like whose was better, it would probably be Nira because she was more like more. I feel like Nira is more fluid, more
She's
natural. Like
fluid.
she's
Yes.
very fluid, is very. While Tiffany is more staccato, is like one and two and
It's
three
more
and four,
like
five,
attitude and
six.
more.
Right,
Yeah.
and then she gets sexy, and then it's like okay, like she knows like every little part has an intention. Like I practice this, I'm gonna get sexy here, then I'm
She's
go
more
pop,
like
pop, pop.
hitting. She hits the moves and like Nira like flows from
Nira
one move
flows
to the
through the
other.
moves. So it was
Yeah,
really good, but yeah, I feel like Nira's was a little bit more natural.
I agree. They were both
Yeah.
great, but I agree. And
I
also, I
agree.
think they both have good stage presence. They are both great performers. But in this performance, I thought Nira had a better like stage presence. Like she made me want to look at her more than Tiff.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah. First of all, I do think there are certain songs that have been lip synced on Drag Race before that are so iconic that they should be retired. And this is one of them. Like I can't like the Valentina redemption of Into You back in All Stars 4. Such an incredible lip sync. By far one of my favorite lip syncs ever. So I didn't need to see anybody do anything less than that. And both of these were less than that, but I still really like the lip sync. I just think it's kind of impossible to touch Nira a lot of the time,
Mm-hmm.
just because she's such a great lip syncer. But I will say, the two lip syncs we've seen from her this season have not matched my memory of how good she was back in season 4. So I'm a little confused about that, but she still was great. Tiffany was great too. It's just hard to compete
Yeah.
with Nira.
And also, this is the correct top four. Like this feels right. You know, like it makes sense.
It could have been more correct.
Well,
It could have been more correct with Michaela. But I'm just saying, I don't
Empathy. Empathy.
empathy. It could have been more correct, but whatever. It feels right with this group that we had. But yeah, I do agree.
Can I
I
just
do.
say I am team Sami down. I love this top four. I would be honestly happy with. I honestly would be happy with anyone winning. I love the Canada Girls. Like it's one of my favorite franchises. It's just fun and a good time. But I have a different love for Sammy specifically. I'm obsessed.
Fair.
You will not be the only person on this in this podcast
Hmm.
panel of people who are very much Team Sammy all the way. And I did draft her, so that would make me agree with you about Team Sammy because I am Team Sammy. But yeah, I think this is great because I am my all my hopes and dreams in this draft lies with Sammy Landry. So I need her to go on and take this crown. That'd be great. But we know it's going to Aurora Matrix. I'm sorry.
Yep. And
But
I
like,
need it
yes,
for our little bet that we made, Lana, because I know I already beat you with Aurora outlasting Pathia, but I still want her to get the win so I can say I called it.
Yeah, that happened. That did happen. That did happen.
Plus,
I
I
vote
think
for
she
it.
deserves it.
But yes, I do think so. But it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be Aurora. It's gonna be. It's gonna come down to Aurora and Nira, and
Oh,
I
not
do.
Jada.
I don't think it's gonna come down to Jada. I think they go play in Jada's face one more time, one last time, and this will come down to Aurora and Nira. Now, if by some chance it comes down to Sammy and Aurora, I'll be happy with that too. But I
And
think another
Sammy's going to
top
get fan favorite again?
probably. I can see Sammy getting
oh,
another fan
also
favorite.
the fan favorite.
Yeah,
Yes,
I can see
we
it.
had that too. Yeah.
I can see it
I
happen.
voted. Can I say I voted? And I was thinking about voting for Sammy, but because she's in the top four, I'm like, I'm gonna vote for someone that's not in the top four, right? So
Hmm.
I voted for Jackie because I really love Jackie,
Yeah.
and I
She's
want her to
great.
get something. Like I think she lost her lip sync when she was eliminated, but I don't think she should have been in the bottom in that episode. So I justice for Jackie. That's why I voted for her.
I'm gonna be real, and I'm gonna be because I told Jackie this, and I said it on the podcast. I don't think she lost the lip sync. I don't.
Oh,
I don't. I don't
I
think
do
she
I would
lost
not.
say
it.
I still think it was a good lip sync. So
It
if
was
she
a
would
good
have
lip
won, I
sync.
would have been like, yes, yes,
It
because
was much
it was fun. It
closer.
was good.
It was much closer than I would have ever thought it was going to be between Nira and Jackie. And I honestly was like, wait a minute. Is Jackie finna win this? Because I think Nira's not giving all into this.
She's not
And
giving near enough.
no, she was not giving Nira enough of what she would have her potential. And I'm like, is Jackie finna? I kind of think Jackie win this. And then when they said it was Nira, I was like, "Mm, I don't know. I think y'all just gave it to Nira because she Canada and Jackie was not on here, but I don't know because I thought Jackie beat Nira. It was
No,
close enough for me to say to Jackie,
I
and
thought it
then
was close. I thought it was very
and then
close.
I was
Yeah.
like, so if we go add that plus the talent plus the runway, Jackie should
Right.
have beat her. Jackie should have beat her because it was just that close. But that's
That's
neither
what I'm
here
saying.
nor
Like,
there.
even though like I thought Nira did a little better in the lip sync in that way, but like with the overall package of the first episode, if it was my decision, I would have saved Jackie, even though because the
Yeah.
lip
Yeah,
sync was so close,
yeah,
but she was
yeah.
better in the episode. So
But let us
anyway, love Jackie.
love Jackie. We do, but we do have to move on because it's looking very close to 4 hours happening here, and I just don't feel like we need to get there. But Drag Race Down Under versus the World. I enjoyed this one. Snatch Game. It was fun. It was interesting. Some people were very, very good, and some people were really, really bad. And that's all I'm gonna say because I'm gonna leave it there. What y'all think about Drag Race Down
Yeah.
Under?
I I thought it was really interesting right off the bat. Art, when she was talking about how she saved Coco, she's like, "Yeah, I was never gonna not save you, Coco. I've made like I have my morals, so I'm not going to get rid of any down under girl. I'm like, oh,
Love it.
we're saying that
Oh.
out loud in front
Mm-hmm.
of everybody?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I
And
thought. I'm
then,
like, I love it, but why are you saying that?
yeah. And then Flora cracked me up when they were like, she's dragging out her thing, and she's like, the name I have is Lala.
Is Lala. It's so good.
Yeah.
The season is
Um,
fun. Like that. It's so fun.
mhm. Yeah,
One thing
by
I will
far
say
one of my
about
favorite
Snatch
ones to
Game,
watch.
I had a very clear top three. Well, top two, and then a third that was clearly a in the top, but very far from number two. But a clear third. Clear safes and clear bottom three. Like it was very. There's no debate. Like for my decisions, for my ranking is very clear.
Okay. I had a pretty clear bottom four.
Hmm.
Um,
And then I also this runway was really good. Like I just before we get to actually the runway, like no flops. Even my least favorite look was good.
yeah, I agree. It was definitely a strong runway. A few of the things before we get into the actual snatch game, one thing that I thought was really funny was when Floor was talking about her options. She wanted to do Rowan Atkinson, but then she was also considering Bad Bunny. And then she shows Michelle this really Bad Bunny impersonation. And then we got a confessional from Vibe. But like, I literally had to message Vibe after this episode and like, I'm so happy you're back on my screen. But Vibe was like,
Yeah.
do it, be Bad Bunny,
Do it.
do
Yes.
it.
Do it. There's a scene from New Girl show that I love where Jess is like, "That's a terrible idea. Do it. Do it. Do it." I love. Oh,
Yeah.
it's so good. And it was
Um,
terrible. It was not just Bad Bunny. It was terrible Bunny. Horrible Bunny. No,
yes.
no.
Atrocious Bunny.
Oh my god.
Also, Lazy Susan was there as a guest, like giving tips to everybody. And when Vibe was talking about doing Bette Midler, and Lazy Susan was like, "Okay, well, you want to remember this." I'm like, Lazy Susan is giving advice to Vibe on how to do Snatch Game. I remember both of your Snatch Games. Okay, Lindsay Lohan. Okay. Like that was by far my least favorite week for Lazy Susan, and
I'm
she's trying to
sorry.
give Vibe, who killed Snatch
Who
Game.
killed Snatch Game? I'm like, you giving Vibe advice? Mm, girl, girl.
Mm-mm.
The choices, choices,
Mm,
choices.
Because they didn't have to have her there. It could have been just Michelle, like
Yeah.
right.
or
Mm-hmm.
Riz, anyone
Reese.
else.
Yeah.
Reese,
It's-
yes, anyone else, anyone else.
Hmm. Yeah. As far as rankings go, yeah, for me, number 9 was Floor. The Rowan Atkins, it just wasn't there. Looked like Pee Wee Herman. I thought, oh, did you change to Pee Wee Herman before it started? It was rough, like maybe an all time bad for me. And then, especially, like, she gave up like near the end and she's like, let me just do something else. She puts on a wig and starts. It was not good. I love Floor. I love Floor. This was not good.
Mm-mm. No.
But number 8 for me was Nikita, the married. Like
Mary
she was stumbling
James.
right out of the gate. It just was not. I like the concept for her. Like it could have worked, but it just didn't. Number 7 for me was Miss Jade So with the universe. This was another one I thought could work well, just because it kind of is the vibe Jade has going for her. But like it works when it's natural for her, not when she's trying to
Mm-hmm.
plan bits. It just
Like
felt like meandering.
overthinking it. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, were those your clear
Can I
bottom three,
just say
Riven?
before, because I have the same bottom three, but I just for me I only put Floor. I have Floor and Nikita swapped positions, only because I think Floor did a great like transformation physically. And with
Mm-hmm.
the like the faces, with the like a little bit of the physical comedy when she was not like like that was good. Everything else, no. And Nikita, like there was nothing really like. Floor at least had one like little positive thing for me, so that's why,
Mhm.
but they were the clear bottom two, like no question.
Hmm.
And then Jada number seven.
Yeah. The I said I had a pretty clear bottom four though. So the person that was almost down with those three for me was Estrella doing Charo. First of all, they didn't show her too much, but when they did, it just wasn't very funny to me. I don't think she listened to Michelle. When Michelle's like, really, all you have to do is like look like her and then act like yourself. And she wasn't really acting like herself. She was trying to do a Charo impersonation. I think it could have been more successful if she was sticking to her natural comedy because she has shown in this season and her first season that she's naturally funny. So it just
Hmm.
didn't work for me. I'm assuming she's probably down there for you as well.
She's same
Uh,
position, yes.
Yes,
okay.
she's down there.
I have one person that's like straight in the middle for me because there's a bottom four, there's a top four, and somebody who's straight in the middle who I did not expect to be in the middle for me was Michael Maruli. I expected way better for Michael because
Mm-hmm.
Michael's so funny. But the Tim Curry, I don't know. It didn't feel like it really went anywhere. I did like that she revealed into the look that we know Frankenfurter to wear. Um, but I don't know. Just the jokes weren't there like I was hoping they would be. She was fine, but just kind of middle of the road.
Hmm. Yeah, I have her in the
Um,
same as number five.
mhm.
Yeah.
um, I wouldn't be surprised if we have the same three and four though as well. My number
Hmm.
four was actually Coco Jumbo. I
Oh,
did think she was.
Oh, I
Yeah,
had
I think
Lala
she.
as well. Yeah, I have
yeah,
Lala
La
and
La Rita.
Okay.
Coco. Lala at
Yes.
number four, and
Okay.
then Coco at three. Yeah, so
Okay.
yeah.
That's who I have for three and four. So we just have
Yes.
them flipped. So that does make
Hmm.
sense. They were kind of like a good three and four, but kind of distant
Yes.
from our top two. But yeah, for
Yeah.
Coco, I think it really was the deep voice that was doing it for me, and like the sexual energy. But um, I don't know. I think there could have been more deliberate jokes in there. But she still killed it. Like she was so much better than her first season. So it was a good redemption moment. I almost thought they were going to give her a top two spot as a redemption story, her and Art.
Mm,
Hmm.
I'm glad they didn't
yeah.
do that.
I, I
But
think
Lala, I
she.
thought was
I think she was. I felt her Barry White was so funny, but it was not like. I'm so glad she didn't try to do the typical Barry White that everybody. She was just right just above like freaked out like Barry White, but not like too freaked out and didn't try to over exaggerate or anything. I thought she was funny, and the way she was just flirting with Michelle and then flirting with like with everybody, it was just good. I thought she was good. I was impressed with Coco.
Yeah.
yep.
Me too.
I think the reason I had Lala higher though, they didn't show Lala as much as a lot of other people in this, but the moments we did get from her, I thought were really good. She packed a big punch, and she was another person that I think showed a lot of her own self through the character, which
Hmm.
a lot of times that can really work for somebody, and I think it did in this instance. And I think going for like the super gay Rick James is just a clever angle. I always like it when people take like a character we know and give it something specific for a snatch game that they're going to do where they can bring their own angle to it. So that's why I liked her just a little bit more than Coco.
Makes sense.
Hmm. But who did we have for our number two and number one?
Okay, for me, I had a really hard time with being like, okay, who is number one and who is number two? But my what I used for my personal um, to untie this was the fact that I did not know who Art's character was, and
Mm-hmm.
it was still hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
And that for that reason, she was number one for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
So good. The
Okay.
vibe was the
Well,
vibe was like way like so good and so good as well. But that to me, like when a queen or a performer can do that for a snatch game for me with a character I don't know and nail it and be so, it's a 10. It's amazing. Very impressive.
that's very fair.
When she
Yeah.
said
Well, once
Michelle got something off her chest, it was just so good.
that was good. Once again, we have things flipped because I had Vibe number
Mm.
one and I had Art. Um, we have seen this character before. Mandy Moops did it on the last Down Under Snatch game. I do think this was better than Mandy's. Mandy was pretty good, but I do think Art was even better. She definitely had a lot of good jokes. Coming a mile a minute, she was very prepared. You could tell. I think this is probably the challenge she prepared the most for, knowing it's what sent her home in quotes on her first season. So I do think Art did a great job. There's just something about Vibe though. Vibe
She's so funny.
catches my
She's
like
so
tickles my
funny.
funny bone more than almost anybody ever on Drag Race. She's so naturally funny, and I think the thing that definitely solidified her being number one for me is she knows how to volley. She was playing off of other people's answers as well, and I love when a queen can do that. She's so quick with it. It no hesitation. We see this constantly in the workroom. Anytime she just can constantly throw out a one-liner after somebody says something, and it's like almost on par with Bianca Del Rio.
Yeah, I love it, and it's my kind of humor too. Like it's quick, it's. I love it. I love her.
Me too.
She was a very like very very close second. Like I said, like that. The only my only reason for I have yeah. I still want her to win though the whole season. I hope she wins. Love her
I,
hair. Hope she wins.
look. I've always picked Vibe to win everything. Vibe is going to win it all. In my eyes, Vibe is everything to me. But I would have given it to Art Simone this week because of the same reason you said,
Fake
River.
fan.
First of all, shut up. I'm
Okay.
not listening to you because I can love my vibe and still tell my truths. Um, I thought Vibe was hilarious. I think her Bittler was very naturally funny because that is Vibe. She's naturally funny. But Art took a character that I had no idea who this person is. I did not know who she was, and she made me laugh. And I think that says a lot about somebody. If you can make me laugh at a character I have no memories of, I have no fondness to. And it's like, oh, that's funny. And she was funny. And the fact that she brought that into her lip sync as well, come on. Art Simone did not
When
come
she
here
took
to
off the
play.
wig
She
and
took off that
revealed that
wig and revealed the wig from the Art Simone did not come here to play. She did not come here to play with y'all, and everybody better recognize, including my vibe, who I know who's going to win everything for me. Y'all got to come to recognize Art Simone did not come to play. She has a vendetta. She has a
Chip
chip
on
on
her
her
shoulder.
shoulder.
she
Two
got the
wins.
fire. Hmm.
She has everything, and so I love it. But I loved it, and I thought Art Simone did really really good, and that was a good redemption story for her in this week. So I loved it.
Oh yeah, that there's that element as well. Like they wouldn't miss the opportunity of rewarding her for this, being that
Hmm.
she was eliminated. Like yeah, it was perfect.
Exactly. I do want to go over my top four tropical fruit, and then you all can join in on whatever you liked as well. Number four, I love Vibe. Like I'm so biased towards her, I'm sure, but love the watermelon. Great silhouette on her. I really like her in a short wig. I think she should do that more often. It looked really good on her. It just felt camp, and I really like the red shoes too. Those were a nice touch. I noticed shoes for once. Number three for
Yes, I'm
So
me,
so
yeah,
proud.
I
so proud
know.
of you.
Number three for me was Estrella. It felt like a fashion moment from her. I
Hmm.
thought it was really clever. Loved all the black spots on her. It felt very club kid fashionista. So great job from Estrella again. Number two, I had pretty close between my number one and number two. I went back and forth a little bit, but number two I decided was Nikita Iman. Um, this was not a fruit I know. What is it?
A
Tamari- Tamarilla?
Tamarico. Tamarico.
Okay. Okay. She looked like a model to me. Gorgeous shape on her. Love the tall wig. I think it's one of my favorite things she's ever worn on Drag Race. But number one for me, no surprise, was Miss Jade So as the Jackfruit Couture.
Girl.
Love the shape, love all the spikes. She looked gorgeous. Um, she can be covered completely and still be incredibly sexy. So love that. Loved the glow up of the floors
The
durian to
Pokemon evolution. Oh my god.
yes. Have you all smelled durian?
No, and
No.
I was in Bali and I went to this temple and right outside I was like, why do I smell trash? And my friend that was with me was like, oh,
Ooh.
that's durian. Durian smells like trash. It smells like hot rotting garbage. So I could not bring myself to eat it. I don't know how anybody can.
I I've heard it. I've heard the people talk about durian and the smell, and I was like, yeah, no, I don't ever need to smell
Stay
that.
everywhere.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. I'm good. I will only talk about my favorite fruit, my favorite runway, and that is Miss J-So. She looked absolutely 100%, hands down, the best on the runway. Like, it was, I liked how they said it was an evolution of Flora's look into Miss J-So, looked like the Pokemon evolution. Like, it was everything. It was so beautiful, and it was just made perfectly well. I Miss J-So could do no wrong in my eyes on the runway. Please.
Yeah. Um, yeah, Jade was my favorite. My second was Floor. I really liked it. Jade was it just elevated it, but I also like it was like Floor opened the runway, the collection. Like Floor opened, and then Jade is like she closed. It's the big one.
Hmm.
And then I agree, Asteria was my third. I really enjoyed that as well.
Okay.
And I think, like I said, everyone I think looked really good. Like
Yeah.
at least like base level, good. But we were talking before, David. I wish, even though Jade was like, it's a nitpick and it's a very small thing, but I just wish instead of the nude like tool, it was yellow. I wish that nude in the middle here was yellow,
Yeah.
but whatever. Like, look at her.
But
Hmm.
then we do have the lip sync because we talked about the untucked because Floor and Nikita had to plead their case to um Vibe and Art, and I didn't know which way they were gonna go. Like Floor was like, Vibe is Nikita's season 4 sister, so I don't know if she's talking and she's giving her plea and she's like, I really want to be here. Both of them really just said they really want to be here. Nikita has this whole representation uh bit. Her story was a representation story. Like, I should be here. I want to be here. I need to be here for the people. And Flora was like, I just want to be here because I deserve to be here. I was in the top last week, and now it's just track levels, track records. I
Records.
keep track records. I'm sorry, track levels, track records. And so everybody's just like, yeah. I personally didn't know which way either one of them will go, to be honest, because this is their worst nightmare because we just had this whole thing at the beginning with Art saying, I'm never going to send a down under sister
Down
home because
under.
I don't want to do that. Well, you have to because the two on the bottom are down under sisters, and you have to send one of them home. And I didn't know which way they were going to go.
Yeah.
I
Miss
think so.
Jade
Like
so
two,
dodged a
everyone,
bullet.
everyone,
Yeah.
everyone in the top and bottom was down unders. Like the top two and the bottom two was all
Hmm.
down under girls. So it's kind
Yeah.
of hard.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, Miss Jade so she would have been gone if she had ended up in the bottom two against
Oh
either of them.
yeah.
But what I really wanted Flora to do, oh, I would have died. When Flora was pitching her case, I really wanted her to be like, plus, Lala, this is her third time. Lala wasn't as good. Just if she had just started bringing up Lala in her pitch, I would have died laughing, and I would have been like, "Okay, you won. You won."
Especially with Vibe, that like Vibe would have liked
Yes.
that her being funny like that and be like, you know what, I'm gonna pick you.
Yeah. I do
Oh, and
think
I love
Vibe.
that when Vibe was like picking they cut to confessional. She was like, "Oh, I really don't know who to pick or whatever." She was like, "Because neither of them should even be here to begin with." I just,
Yeah.
Uh,
I kind of think Vibe saved Nikita, but part of me thinks maybe she threw it a little bit.
I do too.
Um,
She didn't want to make that choice.
yeah, I didn't notice it, but apparently she like stopped lip syncing halfway through. At least that's what my roommate told me. So I don't
Mm.
always pay attention to the lips. Um, but for me, I do. So this is another song, Physical.
I was
Some songs should
okay.
be
So
retired.
what you said about it in the last one, like I don't with that one. I was like, I was okay with it. With this one, I'm like, no, just don't do it. Just don't do it.
Yep.
There aren't enough songs in the world to pick. No. If it was like like 15 years later, you know what I mean? Like now when they do like for example, iconic songs from like the first like 5 seasons, maybe.
Hmm.
Because it's been enough time that like you can maybe do something different. But like this was this is still talked about. Like it's too
Yep.
soon. It's too soon. They did the
Yep.
best that they could though. Like they didn't do bad. Neither of them did a bad job. But there's just they were both set up to fail in a way. You know, they
True.
did what they could, the best that they could.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But
I
Art to me won with the wig reveal. That's when she won
right.
for me. Yeah.
Yeah, I would have given it to Vibe otherwise, I think, because I was really into what she was doing. But yeah, it really was a wig reveal where I'm like, oh yeah, like
Hmm.
it's over, wrap it up. We know what's happening now. That was
Absolutely.
very clever.
It was.
Yeah.
The callback to her Snatch game, just already, it was just like, okay, you ain't
Yeah,
come to play. It
I'm
was,
sad
Did
to
you
see Nikita go.
did you catch the shade though, or am I reading into this? When Art eliminates Nikita, she says because I want to compete against the best. I'm like,
I don't think it
okay,
was in. I think it was
but
meant
it
to
was
prop up
subtle
Floor.
shade, subtle shade.
Mm,
Right, to like make to prop like to not to like put down Nikita, but to like yes, that's what yeah.
yeah,
But it was a little bit.
but yeah, I'm still sad to see Nikita go. I think she had potential. I think she had moments coming where she could have done really well.
I think it
Just
was maybe
didn't.
too soon for her to come back. Like because I do agree. Like she
Maybe.
has a lot of potential. She's maybe too soon.
who knows? But we'll see. But we also still have one more drag race to talk about, and that is Drag Race Mexico Latina Royale.
What did you think, David, of this episode?
I thought it was a pretty good episode. Definitely a bit split. Like there were not a ton of standout talents for me, but the ones that did really stood out to me. I think some of the judging was wild, personally.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get into it.
Okay,
But
I'm
did
interested.
you like
Okay,
it?
I'm curious to know about that. But okay.
What do you think?
I really enjoyed this episode. I really liked it. I thought it was fun. Um, I thought in the beginning of the episode, Desiree took very well the fact that they both chose her lipstick. I was right. Last week when Electra said they, she meant Brazilians.
Hmm. Yep.
um, and yeah, I think she took it really well. She made like a fun moment out of it,
Yeah.
which that it's why I love her.
Lip
Like
sync
it's why I love her
kissing,
so much.
or the
She's
yeah,
like,
she
oh,
got
this is
her
my
revenge
revenge.
fight. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
that was fun.
Because like
That's a
they're
good kind
already
of
gonna
revenge.
like take off the makeup, so it doesn't matter. So like, yeah, it was just fun. Um, I think I also thought the mini challenge was fun with the like most likely to and all of that. Like that was
Hmm.
um, I like mini
Yeah.
challenges in general.
Yeah, yeah, I like him. It was a little weird that they won the mini challenge for being picked the most and not for getting
Yeah,
the
that
most
was
correct answers.
yeah. The way that they did that, I thought was very strange, but I thought it was fun, like fun to watch with the answers and everything
Hmm.
and the questions
But,
with the
but
stinky
hey, our
feet. Like that was shady.
right, our bottom two last week are now challenge winners, so good for them.
Right. Yes.
Um, yeah, there was not a lot that stood out in this episode for me. I really didn't write any notes.
There was only one
Um,
thing. When they were like getting ready, b- um, before everything with the
yeah,
workroom stuff.
that's what I meant, by the
Uh,
way.
yeah. when Barbie and Matraca were talking about the pressure of having family in politics and being gay and all of
Mhm.
that. Barbie having an international relations degree, work, love that for her. Um, and well, like I didn't know that about Matraca, and I'm meeting Barbie this season, so of course I didn't know. But it's interesting to see that they are both political in their own way, coming from that being in their family. And Matraca, one of the things in her first season that I thought she's very like cultured and political and like in that way. So it's nice to see more about that and where that like part of where that comes from and all of that. I thought it was an interesting conversation. But other than that, it's the runway and the challenge. But I thought that was a nice moment. Interesting
Mhm.
conversation.
Speaking of runways, did you have any favorites here?
So I love this theme for the runway, the My Homeland, and I wanted them to do it in the first episode, and they were already planning on not sending anyone home. So I understand. I'm glad they do it here, so everyone has a chance to do it. Electra was my favorite, but Regina was a close second. That was so beautiful. Like that red was, it was just so stunning. But Electra had like the hair and the head. It was just so extra. It was like extra drag, like big drag. And Regina was just like just beautiful. You know what I mean? Like just stunning. Um, and I also really liked Abby. She was my third because that flower is like very. It's a thing. Like where I live, it's very predominant. Like we had a that tree of that with that flower like in front of the um, my childhood school, like near my grandma's house. So like it's a, you know, um, I love that. But I was a little disappointed. I just want to bring it up. Like it was still like a fine look, but Tsunami, I was just like underwhelmed. I was just like, okay,
Yeah.
like a miss. It felt like a missed opportunity. She's such like a fashion girl. Like she has such good taste and can model like anything looks good on her basically. So, eh.
Yeah, that was my
But I
second
like
least
this
favorite.
runway. Yeah.
Mhm.
And shout out
Abby
to
was
Daisy.
actually my least
She was
favorite.
number. Oh really? I didn't like when
Yeah.
she revealed. Like I like the look
Yep.
with the
That was
flowers.
my
Like
issue.
after, I'm like no, no. But I mean like before, I want to shout out to Daisy. She was number 5 for me on the runway, but I love that she had like a
She was
solid,
5 for me too.
beautiful look. Like she looked really good. The Brazilian flag, stunning.
Hmm. Yeah, she was number 5 for me. I really like that as well. But yes, by far number 1 for me was Electra. Like
Hmm.
so good. That if I was doing like a end of year ranking, that would absolutely be on there. I love this look from her. Um, my number 2 actually was Alexis Mateo. I think Alexis is bringing her best runway package we've ever seen so far. We're only 2 episodes in, but I'm really liking what she's bringing on the runway. She goes over the top without it feeling overwhelming to me. So I just really like that. And it still feels pageant from her. I really
Okay.
like the Rossios look too. That was probably my
She was
third.
number 4 for me. Yeah.
Hmm. And of course, I love Matraka. This was a great look from her. The only thing I had an issue with was one of the wings looked a little kind of wonky. I wanted them to be a little bit more even, but still, overall, really good runway.
Hmm.
As far as a talent show goes, yeah, my rankings do not match even close to what the judges picked. How
Really?
should we do this? Yeah.
Okay, so because I'm so into, because okay, maybe I'm boring, but I really did kind of agree. Like because my number 1 and 2 is, well, I don't agree with who ended up in the top 2, but I agree with the top 3. I just would have had a different order. But I have Electra, Regina, and Abby. And Horacio and Abby, Horacio is like after Abby, but like really, really close, like almost interchangeable. But I thought Electra just was like, I thought she sounded good. The production was amazing. The outfits, like, it was just a whole show. I loved it. And Regina was funny and talented. Like, the vocals were great, and it was also funny. It was theatrical. So they were like for me the clear top two, and then three and four between Abby and Horacio for me.
Okay. I only had two people in the tops or bottoms that they had in the tops or bottoms.
Okay.
Well, I'll just tell you. I'll start with where I most agreed with them and go to where I at least agreed
Mm-hmm.
with them. So my bottom overall was barbecue. So I agreed, and I hate
Yes.
this because I
Yes.
really have been rooting for
I
barbecue,
agree.
but I think she had a good idea, but it wasn't fully thought out, like in a way that would work on a big stage like this. It's almost kind of like the making the glass of ice water. Why can't I remember her name?
Irene.
Irene.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's almost like it's a good concept, but you just didn't get it into a way where it's going to appeal to the audience. So agreed with her being in the bottom. As far as the top, I agreed with one person, Electra Vandergeld. She was my number three overall. Um, I love the line. I'm such a bitch. They tried to walk me. She had a
That
really
was
good, yeah,
so good.
really good original song, showgirl elements to it. She looked stunning. She did a strip tease. I like all of that. So those were the two people I had most similar to them. I'll say the next closest one for me was Regina. I had her number four overall, so she just missed my top three. Part of my issue is that I didn't know what she was saying, so I just had the Spanish, no subtitles. I don't know if you all had
Oh,
subtitles.
yes.
Um, it translated into English or Portuguese.
Oh, I don't remember. Now I don't remember.
Hmm.
Actually, I don't remember.
Okay,
But like I
I might
know
have.
the song, so it's yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
know.
I yeah, like obviously she's making fun of the other girls, like comparing them to cockroaches, and I like that it was kind of like an '80s ballad. Um, I just wish I could have joined in on the humor of it, and unfortunately, that's more of an issue with WoW not giving me the subtitles. So she might have been
Oh right,
higher
because
for
she
me.
changed the lyrics. But yeah, now I'm remembering. I'm like, because I watched it yesterday, and I watched so many things since. Because she did the song like the song, but she changed the lyrics. Like she read the girls on the lyrics, right? Uh, I understood some of it, like not everything, but I understood what she was saying basically.
Hmm.
Because she was
Okay.
like reading the
Well then,
girls basically, like a rapping
fair.
roast, but in a ballad, kind of.
Hmm. Yep.
That.
Clever idea.
Because I thought it was
Yep.
creative.
Okay.
So who are your
Uh,
tops? That's what I want to
Well,
know.
I'll tell you that. Okay, we'll get there. The next closest thing I agreed with, though, and let me tell you, this is the next closest I agreed with. My number five overall was Mariana Stars, and she was in the bottom three. So
Hmm.
that tells you if that's the next closest I
You
agreed
don't
with, then I
think Eva
really
should have been
disagreed
in
with.
the bottom for
We'll get
fucking
to
up so
it.
hard? Okay, because I
Yes.
had Barbie last, and then Eva, so they were the clear bottom for me. So I, but anyway,
Yep.
go ahead.
Mariana Stars, I thought she did an original song. I thought the production quality was good. She had good choreography. She was animated. She was adorable. It just felt a little long for me, but I still liked it. So she was in my top five. For me, no business in the bottom three. Um, okay, the next closest one that I agreed with was one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. My number nine was Miss Abby. Oh my god! So she would have been in my
Okay.
bottom three, but she was in the top three.
Yes.
Um, yeah, she did an original song and dance. She looked pretty. She didn't sound great. Very wonky cartwheel from her. I don't know. It just felt
It
like
was a little messy. It
something
was
I've
a little
seen
messy.
a
That's
lot.
my notes was a little messy, but so good. But
Hmm.
it was messy. Yes.
Fair. But yes, the thing I disagreed with the most was my number two overall was Ava Blunt. My number two. I really liked what Ava did.
Okay,
Um,
I
it
agree.
yeah, it
For me.
reminded me of a video game. She comes out with her spinning weapons, which was really impressive, and then she does the thing with the flag or the ribbon that she was waving around. I thought it looked so cool. This is an actual talent for me, not something I've seen a million times. Yeah, she did have an issue with it getting tingled, but especially knowing that she had broken her arm and she re-injured it during this performance, I thought she did really well. I was shocked she was in the bottom. Um, but yes, my
I
other
wasn't.
okay,
But sure.
my other people, I would have had Tsunami in the bottom as well. Just production
Mm.
quality of the song was terrible, so that really distracted from what felt like a generic performance, song and dance. And then my number one overall was Matraka. I loved what she did. It felt cultural. Loved the blindfolding, spinning, dancing, holding her dress, like the dancing in the wood.
But you
It
couldn't see
just,
the dancing because the dress was too long. Like when she
I
did the
heard it.
tap, that was my one note, like for her, because I
Okay.
enjoyed her performance. But I'm like, you did tapping and it sounded good, but I wanted to see it, and the
Mm,
dress was I couldn't see the tapping. Like anyway,
yeah.
but she was good.
Yep, I loved her. I mean, maybe I'm biased towards Matraka, but she,
Well,
like, I was
no, I
shocked she
love
was
it.
safe. But don't nod your head so hard, Lana. She killed it.
I'm interested to know. I don't know if I want to know later when you watch it, Lana, what you think. What you think. Who's your top? Who's your bottom? I want to know because you know, this
I
is.
will. I'll let you know. I'll let you
Mm-hmm,
know.
mm-hmm.
Yep. But
Well.
yeah, I wrote down the judging is crazy to me. um, yeah, I felt really bad for Barbecue because you could tell
Yeah,
how
it's
hard this was
unfortunate.
hitting her. She was kind of getting flashbacks to her season, going home in episode 2, and she just really didn't want to be a pork chop again. I was hoping they would listen to her pleas, but at the same time, like I didn't think Mariana even deserved to be in the bottom.
Maybe
I
that's
wanted
why
to see
she was
Barbecue stay.
saved, even though that was like her second time in the bottom. But maybe like because the girls didn't agree that that she was in the bottom, she should be in the bottom this week. Maybe that's why they ended up saving her. But I don't know.
Mhm. Well, I think it's interesting because we basically saw Abby saying, "You're not going to be a double pork chop from me. Like I'm going to keep you." Like
Right.
she also kind of hinted it felt like she was giving some hope to Mariana, but it felt like she was very explicit with Barbecue. Like I'm not sending you home. So I think we're going to see Mariana's lipstick on, which also let me know. I'm like, okay, she's not winning this lip sync because they would not make it so obvious to us that she's keeping Barbie if she ends up winning the lip sync.
Mm-hmm.
It's to build up the drama for next week. That's what they're
Mm-hmm.
doing. So
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
I want to know
Um,
next week.
what do you think of the lip sync?
Um, I thought it was fine. Like it was okay. I didn't really like the song. I didn't hate it, but it was just the song was alright. The lip sync was
Oh.
alright. I thought that there was one Daisy Hay in the back with that fucking chicken outfit. There was one time where she was kind of like dancing like this. It was just, I couldn't stop looking at her in the back with the fucking turkey outfit. And I'm so glad she leaned in because I didn't mention it, but for the talent show, I'm glad she leaned into like the stupid. She was number 5 for the challenge for me as well, so 5 overall. I thought it was so stupid. I love that she did that. But yeah, I
Hmm.
kept looking at her because it was so ridiculous. And the
Yeah.
lip sync wasn't
With
that
the,
interesting, so I was distracted.
I actually did like the song, but I thought Abby was doing a little bit too much. I
Hmm.
think I was just more surprised by Rahina's musicality. Like she was really
Oh yeah, I
impressing me.
thought Regina did better for sure.
Hmm. So yeah, I was happy she won, but not happy with the results of her winning, which meant she
Mm.
sent home Barbecue.
Yeah, it's
No.
unfortunate, but like I agree. Like I would have done. I would have. I agree. Like it's very unfortunate. It's sad, but is it wrong?
Yes.
I
Mm-hmm.
don't think so.
Well,
Not
I
for me.
guess you have difference of opinions.
Today for this one episode specifically, we really do. That doesn't
Mhm.
Oh
happen
yeah.
that often where we disagree. Like we have so like it's so far away. You know,
Hmm.
that's interesting.
That is very interesting. But I guess we'll see what happens next week. And we'll do it
Will
again. See
there
if
be
y'all
drama with the lip sync?
will y'all disagree one more time? Will we continue to be on opposite ends of
We
the
will not
spectrum?
because I won't be here.
I'm ready to fight.
Well, you
Well,
all disagree.
oh,
Oh
you
no,
won't be
oh
here.
yeah.
That's right. You won't be here.
Forgot about that. Yeah.
I forgot about that. Well, River, I guess we will
It,
see if we disagree. I don't know.
we shall see.
But next week, the Amazing Race Canada is back from its break, so we will be talking about that. And we have the finale for Canada's Drag Race All Stars. Finally, we are letting something go and nothing is replacing it right away. So that is great. We're going to finally get a finale, lose a show, and nothing replaces it. Thank
Yep.
you.
Not until the
Nice.
end of August. I don't think we have any new shows till the end of August.
I love that. I love that. We need a break. We need to bring that. We need to bring down the show so we're not going 4 hours. This is actually the longest we've ever gone. So if you stuck around this whole time, you are the realest one. You are the realest one. You are the realest one. And we thank you. We cannot thank you enough because we enjoy doing it. I know I sound like I'm complaining, but I'm not because I enjoy doing this so much. And so if you stuck around, you're the realest one. If you skip through timestamps, you still a real one. Because, yeah, that's what you should do if you don't watch everything we're talking about. But thank you all so much for sticking around with us and watching us on this thing. Come back next week to see what River and I think about the drag race and while David is off being just gallivanting, I guess. I don't
Doing
know.
whatever. Like,
Whatever David's doing. I don't know.
Going to Texas.
And we're just going to be stuck here while you're enjoying Texas. We're here. We're here. We're going to be doing our thing, but it's fine. You have fun. Have a life. I'll get one day. And follow us on this channel. We appreciate you. Follow us on this channel. Please subscribe if you have not done so already. We truly appreciate you. Um, Subscribe to this channel and all of the channels on this Cup Network because we're trying to do it big and we need your support. Follow us on our audio podcast links, our Patreon. Go follow us on all of our socials at The Cup Pod on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Blue Sky, and the new Instagram page for The Cup TV at thecup.tv. We go continue to build up that social network, so please follow and please help us out over there. Engage with us, we'll engage with you. Get your cup mug because why not? You should get it. It's pretty. And that's gonna do it. We've talked enough. So we're gonna get out of here. We're gonna rest. We're gonna lay our heads down. We're gonna rest our vocal cords and we'll be right back at it next week. So cheers everybody. Bye.
Cheers.